The only thing I can't do is strength-based anything. Other than that, I'm pretty decent at it.
I am our strong man. Me and Charlie apparently.
So, Terry, what are your abilities?
My attributes or my disciplines? Which one
Your
did you want to
disciplines.
know? My disciplines are potence. I have 2 dots. I have presence. I have 1 dot, and I have fortitude, and I have 1 dot. So I'm
Okay.
also like really like tough too, because
Tank.
I get to add my fortitude rating to my HP. So I have one more HP dot, and then I also, what is this? The user adds their dots and fortitude as extra dice in any roll made to resist coercion, intimidation, seduction, or any attempt to sway the user's mind against their will. So I've also got like an iron mind.
Yeah, because one thing I haven't dug into yet, but I'm gonna have to look at it, is it seems as though, at least based on the pre-gen character sheets, that each discipline, like if someone has 2 dots in a discipline, they have 2 powers they can use. They have one
Yes.
dot, they have one.
Yeah.
Even
So
though
You don't
at
get all the
a
powers at that
one
level.
dot level,
no, I get for my potence, I get soaring leap, prowess, and lethal body.
well, and that's what I'm saying though. I need to look and see. I think you only get as
One
many
of those.
powers as you have dots in that discipline.
Oh, so like I have to choose.
So presence, if you have
choose,
one dot in
like
presence,
with
you
no, so with potence I have 2 dots, so I get 2 powers, and then presence I have 1 dot, 1 power, and
I
fortitude
think
would be
so.
1 dot, 1 power.
that's what
I
that
think
I did
that's
some,
right.
yeah, I did some research on it, and that like if you have one dot in presence, you don't get awe and daunt, you get one or the other.
Oh,
So you get one at each level is basically what it is. Because I
okay.
think most of them have two, right? Two per like
Yeah, they have
category.
2 per dot.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
you get one of each category basically.
interesting. Okay.
That's how they balance it. Otherwise, you'd be able to stack a ton of crap.
That's what it felt like. I was like, damn, you get a lot of powers in this.
Ben, is it actually okay if I changed Sam's Predator style?
Absolutely.
Oh, sweet. I'm gonna go for Sandman instead.
That's cool.
Yeah, I mean we're all just learning this, so feel free. Like this, we have an extended lemon law going on here. Like, and feel free to completely like be like, I don't even want to be
Oh,
this
okay. It's
clan
right
or
there in the
anything.
general rules.
Yeah, you gotta. It's weird that you gotta search like specific paragraphs to find that one little.
No, yeah, I see it right there though.
That's the class.
No more, no less. Vampire characters normally have an equal number of dots and powers in a discipline. No more, no less. All right, so which ones do I want to keep then? I really like wait, what's lethal body? Let's see. Oh yeah, that one was cool.
I got a lot of flaws based on my predator type. So
Oh fuck,
that's
I
great.
forgot I need to choose 2 more flaws.
I had to take mythic flaws, which suck.
So do you have 4 flaws?
I have three.
Oh, you just have a lot of dots in one of them?
Yeah. So well, I get let's see. I get two. I get one from my background and two from standard character gen.
Oh, damn. I don't want to get rid of one of these. I like all these powers. I guess I don't. Well, I used Soaring Leap. I've used all 3 of these potence powers already, actually.
Again, I'm fine with kind of whatever, because like I said, we could go a few more sessions and somebody decides, you know what, I don't really like this clan, this particular character, I'd like to do something else, and that's fine. Especially since you all picked pre-gens. I mean, we could have done this where most of you are from 1 or 2 clans instead of one from every clan at this point.
Damn, I wish that I could just like gray it out instead of having to delete it. Because what if I want to put it in there later? That's annoying.
You could just put edit the title of it and
And then
put
just
something
put, like,
beforehand, like
I'll
do not
just-
use.
I'll put it in brackets.
There you go. Whatever helps you remember, don't use it.
I think I'm gonna keep soaring leap. I wish it was like spells, like I could prepare, like if like we know we're going to a
A
fight.
given day.
If we're gonna be doing other stuff, I take this. Okay, and then I'll ditch unswayable. Do I ditch resilience or unswayable mind? How much fighting are we gonna be doing? That's a good question.
We're in a turf war. Do we have to fight a lot?
I would like to remind everyone of a couple of things.
It's a social campaign.
Yeah, one, the entire vampire system is not real heavy on like the combat. Like there are
What my abilities
contests.
have to do with combat?
You played
The-
the fighter of a magic.
I
Yeah,
guess I did.
The Bruja are they're a little more up in your face. Now, again, that's not to say it won't occur, but think of this more like, and it's actually probably a pretty good analogy. Think of this more like you're starring in a twisted version of the Godfather movies. There will be fighting, there will be killing, but it's not, an action movie.
Yeah.
And there will be blood.
Okay. Well, everybody kind of finishes up a few of those things. I'm going to run, grab my dinner, and then we'll get started.
Yeah, the Osiris forces you to take flaws from the mythic flaw table. And those are like your traditional tropes, like you can't go over running water, or you can't go into a house that you're not welcome in. So I had to put 2 points in something that I thought was realistic considering where we're at, and there's a lot of water and there's a lot of other things. So I die when I get staked in the heart. I don't get paralyzed. I just go straight to dead. And then I got stigmata because I had to take that one as well. So I bleed when I get hurt.
That's so funny. I took the other two mythic flaws.
Oh, you too?
I took the folkloric bane and the folkloric block.
Yep. I was like, we're in this city. I don't want to deal with running water and not be able to go across it.
And the reason I did it is because I'm from the Ventrue bloodline, so like the purest origins, I would imagine
That
like
makes sense,
that's
yep.
where those legends originated from.
I'm a frail little boy, so if I get stabbed, I'm dead. But it's only when I reach hunger 4 that I bleed out. So as long as I don't get hit too much, I'll be all right. Ben tried to trick me because I was eating a chocolate bar in that last session. So I spent 2 points to eat food, so I'm allowed to eat food now without getting sick.
Iron Gullet.
Yeah. No, it's just eat food. I think it's on the menu.
Oh.
I could consume food without effort. I might even enjoy it, but I have to throw it up at the end of the day.
What do y'all's characters look like?
I literally look like Terry Crews.
Okay. That narrows it down.
I look like L from Death Note.
Okay.
Pale white guy who doesn't like to put on shoes.
No. I look like John Fetterman from Pennsylvania.
Nice.
I
Go
just like the look.
Democrats.
I just look. Nah, I just like the look of him. He looks like the villain from Kingdom Hearts.
When you walk away,
Can
Oh
someone-
no, Amanda's a
tell
hot
me-
girl.
you won't hear me say, please. Oh, baby.
It's just easier to post a picture. I'm just a basic white bitch, guys.
See, I got it stuck in Rachel's head now. Nice.
Like, is Kingdom Hearts over? Is the main story over?
Oh, they just did another one.
I thought that was the end. Oh.
No
No,
clue. I
they
haven't
just
played
did a
it.
3. I think they did Kingdom Hearts 3 like a year or two ago.
Oh, God.
Last year, I think.
Yeah, last year.
Well, I watched an hour-and-a-half video to find out the plot, and I came out of there even more confused. And I watched it again.
Sounds like a Kingdom Hearts game.
Yeah. So. Oh, how are you doing, Amanda? I'm sorry, I didn't say hi. Hi.
I'm doing pretty good. Pretty good.
Yay.
I can't complain. I can because I have Sundays off, but it's pretty good other than that. Work's been chaotic, but that's okay. That's normal.
What the fuck is a blood bond? Okay. What is the blood bond? I need a glossary.
Where was that PDF file that Ben sent us? Is it in the...
I think it's in the general chat on the Misthaven Discord.
I was looking for it because I was like, I need to understand this, but I didn't find it.
Brian, do you see where the blood bond is? There it is. I found it. Never mind.
What page is that?
233. All right. States of Damnation. Great title for the chapter. All right. Feared by those who have known it, the blood bond creates and enforces the most severe allegiances within the Camarilla.
It's in the general chat?
I was wrong. I'm not seeing it here.
Oh, shit.
It's a link to his Google Doc, is what you're looking for.
Where is it?
It's a Google Doc.
It's in this server.
Okay.
Oh, it's just above Marge Simpson.
Okay, I just think they're neat. There we go.
Oh, okay. Perfect.
It's really helpful that they got clickable hyperlinks within the PDF.
Does anyone remember those old Shirley Temple, like, collection DVD movie cases that were always on?
Like always having like an infomercial for him.
Yeah.
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 Okay, I have animal crackers in my soup stuck in my head because we were talking about it
Animal
yesterday.
crackers in my soup.
Puppies and kitties.
Loop de
Oh,
loop.
monkeys and rabbits, loop de loop.
Look, I barely, I just learned the second part of it. And it's stuck in my head, and I can't. It's that one line. Animal crackers.
Welcome, ghouls and goblins.
Monkeys and rabbits.
Ah!
So, Ben, if I'm getting this, a blood bond is basically like how you turn somebody into a thrall?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
Okay. Who wants to review for Amanda what's been going on so far?
I've got it. So 5 of us. Let's see. It was Sam, Terry, Charles,
Rain
and
J.
huh?
And
I wasn't in
Rain
the
and
original.
J.
And
Oh,
Rain.
no.
It was Sam, Terry, Charles, and Rain. Was that it? It was just the 4 of
It
us?
was a
Yep,
four-piece.
there's just 4 of you.
Yeah. So the 4 of us woke up in a locked, I'm going to call it freezer. And inside there were hanging dead bodies and dead animals, and we all were really, really hungry, and we tried drinking blood from them. And that didn't fill anyone up. Didn't do anything really for any of us. And so we decided to bust out of there. We noticed that there were cameras of people watching us. Don't know who those people were. Well, we didn't at the time. We do now. So we busted out. We ran into a mortal that Rain, who is Jeremy's character, knew personally. And basically, we were like, get the fuck out of here. And he ran away. And then we went out and met a guy named Maxwell Clark, who was like, yo, I'm going to break you guys out of here. And he did. We jumped in a limo and drove to a place called...
Glow.
No. He dropped us off at a hotel, like this, like really dingy, gross hotel. And we went inside, and we all had our first feed to varying different stories. I'm not going to go through all of those. You can ask. Let's see. After that, we got picked up by Maxwell Clark again, and then we got into a little bit of a shootout with a group that we have learned is called the Second Inquisition. We blew out their tires and we were able to get away, and then we went to this club called Death Toll. It's like a bar slash club that is located thanks to this handy dandy Boroughs of New Amsterdam handout. It is located in Bushhead? Burnshed. It's called Burnshed. It's located in the Burnshed borough over here. And
Burns Head.
Burn shed.
Totally
love
legitimate
it.
reading of it, but I say Burns Head.
I like burn shed better.
yeah. Burns Head. Burnshed?
Whatever.
Burned End. Burnt Ends. Barbecue.
On the west side.
On the west side. And inside of there, we were able to get a rest, and also we talked to the bartender, whose name I didn't write down.
Sphinx.
And huh?
Well, Sphinx is the guy who runs the place.
Yeah, but he
Bartender, I
wasn't
don't
the
know if you ever got
bartender.
his name.
Yeah. And so, but the bartender told us to go downstairs, and we did. And there is where we were able to finally, like, rest, and we got some of our questions answered. Like, who our sires are, like, who turned us into a vampire. And they told us about the Second Inquisition, and that they were responsible for raids all over the city, and that they were the ones that kidnapped us, or, well, quarantined us after we all vampired it. And we all have various sires that have had various things happen to them. Maxwell Clark then told us to talk to Sphinx about Well, Maxwell Clark basically told us also about the prince that rules the city as part of the Camarilla. Which one is it?
Amarillo
It's like
Skies.
Camaria.
Camria.
Camaria. It is Coheed and Cambria. It's the Cambria. Okay, so it's the Cambria. So the prince basically was like, "Hey, I want you guys to take over Ridgemont, the borough of Ridgemont, because Ace Sokolov was taking territory over there for the last few years, and Ace works for Ivan Zaitsev, who is the leader of the Anarch faction that operates out of Genbaton. And the prince hasn't seen fit to deal with Ivan in the open yet, but Ivan is in open rebellion against the prince, basically. And Ace was his like right hand man, and so Ace was taking over territory in Ridgemont, and the Second Inquisition kicked his ass and murdered him. And so because Ace is gone, there's like a power vacuum going on in Ridgemont right now, and the prince wants us to fill that power vacuum for him. And if we do that, we basically get to like that could be our territory. And so we went back to Sphinx, who gave us information about like what's going on in Ridgemont, and then from there we actually went to Sphinx also told us that the Second Inquisition had the videotape and like all of our files and stuff about us like breaking out and stuff, and that they haven't been able to move it yet, and that if we went fast we could relieve them of that information about us, and so we wouldn't be in their like databases and shit. And so we went over there, kicked some ass, got all the data, and only killed 2 people. Not too bad. And then we went back to our haven. And I think that's about it. Did I get everything?
Sounds pretty accurate to me.
So you guys just did like a little bit of things, not too much.
Not too much.
We did like the introductory quest at like Skyrim. You break out of jail, you go and do a thing. Now we're there.
Of course, if anyone wants to share, the details of their first feeding, I'm sure Amanda would be interested.
I don't think Ryan and I had our first. Well, we weren't described our first feeding.
Go ahead and describe what it was like then.
Go ahead, Ryan.
All right. So I like to imagine that Alex works kind of like at a secretary's desk at the local medical clinic. And among some of his supernatural powers that he's got is the power to dominate and compel and cloud memories. So I imagine he's able to just use his charismatic abilities to effectively like entice somebody into one of the back waiting rooms, convince them that he's the doctor, draw blood from them or whatever, and then effectively clouding their own memories of the whole visit, making them walk out like neck brace and all, like telling them keep the neck brace on for the next couple of weeks. It should heal up. Still going to be a little bit sore. Walking about and scheduling them for the next appointment to keep things like routinely going and starting to formulate this like, okay, like this is going to have to be a recurring thing. This is going to have to be the cleanest way of doing it. And since some of his advantages includes like a point of fame, I imagine he uses his like secretary fame about the medical clinic to like help, like, because he knows everybody there, he knows everyone's scheduling, he knows who's working what exam rooms when, so he knows which ones are going to be vacant and empty when, at which points in the day, and like doing like just ordinary blood draws and stuff like that would be amazing for him.
So I get the sense that Alex is maybe not quite as new to this life as the rest of them.
Like maybe he's had a few more weeks to try and start figuring his new life out.
I'm going to go ahead and say that you've actually been at this for several months now. Because
even better.
in order to have established yourself as the like night shift clerk at a blood bank, that took some doing. Especially considering that your background in your human life is much more businessman.
Maybe he interned here in his college days, and so now he's dropping
let's say-
back into it.
I'm going to say you maybe you did a little volunteer work. You know, possibly purely for the looks of it, not really giving two craps about what you were doing. But it turned out that was a handy in for you. And Jay, since you also were not in the original 4 that were captured, I think I'm going to give you a chance to have been at this a little longer as well.
Ooh, okay.
You're still trying to prove your worth to the Camarilla to show that you deserve to be one of the members, to be included in kind of on the in the club. But you've been at this for a little while, so what is your situation like?
I'm gonna say that after he had turned, he started getting extremely hungry, and so he was putting out a word on social media, some of the disreputable forums, and looking for people to come in and assist him with some local hacking, so that way they could maybe get some funds or some such. And this one particular person accepted the invitation and came to his apartment that he has on the other side of town. And when this individual came in, he set him down, tested his ability to hack and see if there was an algorithm that he was able to put forth. If he did not see a significant promise in this individual, he would just sink his teeth into them, take their body, throw it in a back room to be dealt with later, and then search the boards for another tech-minded individual to bring into the fold.
Okay, so you've killed multiple people at this point?
Yep.
Okay. Good to know.
Oh, what does that do to his humanity?
We'll figure that out here in a little bit. But I suspect that's definitely going to be a hit against his total humanity.
Oh, the humanity.
I'm going to say that he's experienced. He's been in this a little bit. He's losing touch of what humanity meant to him, but he still has some grounding rods to that.
I'm going to offer this idea to you.
Yes.
Instead of killing these people, because I believe you have at least one point in herd.
Oh, you know what? I didn't mean kill. I've got 3 points in herd, so I'm developing a large herd.
I think what you're doing is you're convincing these people, or at least you lure them in with kind of the promise of you can help them get revenge on someone, find what they're looking for, through these nefarious hacker means.
I like the idea of you pretending to be a pickup artist and getting them to follow your cult.
No, because then I'll have to. Oh, okay, yeah. Pickup artist. I like this.
Developing their
Yep.
app.
Okay.
Those would be just
we'll
the worst kind of people that would show up.
But what you do is, because of your other abilities, you have begun to develop, like you've over months now, you've developed a group of people that don't quite understand why they have to keep going back and seeing you, but they feel compelled to. And because I think you have the ability to confuse their minds, right?
Yeah, I've got awe, which draws them in, and cloud memory, which makes them forget.
So they don't remember you feeding on them. They don't remember this, but they know.
Maybe it's just a really intense D&D game at the apartment, It goes a little wild, and everyone's drained afterwards, and they just don't know why. It was just a good session.
I mean, it can be whatever you want, but I think that instead of having killed these people, you've slowly been cultivating some of them into your herd.
Maybe that's
And you now have sort of access
the ones that
to
show
them.
promise, I don't cloud too much, but the ones that don't show promise, I'm like, just get out of here. You're not worth my time. Maybe they don't resonate with the blood I'm looking for.
Exactly. All right, so, and we'll say that you guys are going to spend a little while. At least I assume you're going to spend a little while, sort of getting to know Ridgemont a little better, getting to sort of get a lay of the land in what is potentially going to be your new territory. And so you've got some time to work together to exchange information about who knows what, where you're from, what sort of talents you have, all that sort of stuff.
And then we have a small haven, correct?
Depending on how many points you guys want to invest in it, all those things aren't going to just manifest like magically, but over the course of the next, either possibly over this session or the next few sessions,
okay,
you start adding those things
I
to the
I
haven.
put 2 in the haven based on the
so do we
the
all
building
have to
description.
if we all put 1, does that make it a small haven still? Like,
I will
because
say-
it's weird because it's like you have your haven and then you have your haven's merits and flaws.
I will say, if each of you puts in 1, which at this point was going to be 6 or possibly 7 points, I'll say you've gone past a small haven and you're more into a moderate size. Like it's not like having a 5-point haven all to yourself.
No, but it's like it's like this 2.1 good size, security or privacy, examples of single family home or row of houses. Yeah, I guess that's about the size we have, right? Yeah.
We got
Yeah,
a small
you're looking at something more
factory?
like that.
Is that what you said? A small factory or something?
It's like a store, but then like underneath the store, like the basement extends underneath like the apartment complex near next door,
correct.
but like
it's
there's no
underneath.
access from the apartment.
So we got a
complex.
bodega with an apartment below.
Kinda.
Right, you
Okay,
got the
okay.
bodega attached to a kind of rundown apartment complex.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah.
And it was a deli, but it has access to the basement, and the basement extends underneath the apartment complex to like the industrial boiler and all that kind of stuff underneath the apartment complex.
A good size.
Yeah, the room is fairly substantial, but it is also, the boiler has to work. There's stuff like that.
Yeah. Okay.
But you were also given this location, or at least the address to this location, by a representative of the Prince of the City. So you have reason to believe that perhaps someone that you're working
we
with.
might not want to stay here forever. Okay.
Well, I mean, you may not want to stay here forever, but you also, at this point, I'm going to say you haven't discovered any reason to trust the prince exactly, but you also haven't had any reason to be suspicious of all the stuff. Like you're in an active, almost negotiation period with him.
Is he in a position of power?
Yes,
I'm going to be suspicious of it.
of course you are.
Well, it's also it's a foothold into the area, right? So even if we move on to bigger, better things, we still have a storeroom / safe haven we can run back to, right?
Yeah, but like we don't want to put like all the bells and whistles on it, right? We just want to put like the basics,
Oh yeah.
or the necessities, I guess.
Simple bare necessities.
But we'll do some rolls here in a minute. But basically, unless you guys have other ideas, and free to do whatever you feel like, I'm going to sort of assume you're spending at least a few nights getting used to each other in the area and trying to come up with ideas and plans about what you're going to do.
Yeah.
And-
Ryan and I are not going to get into a fight.
I don't believe that for a minute. But on the second night that you're there,
Harry does have a short temper. Mechanically.
yeah, on On the second night that you're sort of making this
Um,
new haven functional.
Question.
Yes.
I took 1 slash of health damage last time. How
Yep.
does that heal over days, or does it?
It doesn't
You have to feed to
unless
heal it?
you rouse your blood.
Oh, so I have to make a rouse check to heal.
Correct.
Okay.
Now, it's entirely possible you make the rouse check, it doesn't cost you anything, and you heal and you're fine.
Right, or I just get
You get
hungry, and
hungry.
then
Or
I
you
have
get
to
hungrier.
feed. Yeah. That's interesting. But we have to make that rouse check each morning, right?
Correct. Each
Okay.
morning you basically as the blood you have consumed continues to fuel your ability to do anything, it will eventually, I mean, again, it's a food source. It will wear away. You're
Yeah,
not.
no, it makes
Yeah.
sense. Yeah, no, I get the system. I'm getting this. I'm getting this.
So, anyway, if you guys have any ideas you'd like to discuss, anything you want to do, feel free. But on the second night that you're there, after you all have woken, and we'll do like a rouse check to see if you get hungrier. Unless something else is going on, you get a knock at the entrance.
Cool.
So we've only had a day, so we wouldn't have had time to set up a security system, correct?
Correct.
All right. In that case, Jay is going to be. He's a very fidgety person, so I would assume that he'd be on some kind of watch. So
Remember, during the day, you can't watch. Like, when the sun comes up, you stop.
Terry gets up an hour before that.
Yep, your humanity allows you to do that.
So Terry's gonna be like cleaning while everyone else is still sleeping. Oh, you all are failing!
Well, everyone,
We're hungry.
I will take this opportunity to remind you that on a check of, well, that may only be a power check. Somebody can look up the rule about rouse checks and re-rolling based on your blood potency.
Oh, let me look.
Where is the rouse check?
It's on the in D20 on your character sheet. It's under hunger.
yeah,
You're
front
gonna see
page under
rouse
hunger.
check. Sorry,
Oh.
Ben. What am I looking for again?
Oh,
Rouse checks. Rouse.
Okay, here we go.
Jesus, 3 hunger.
Did you
I'm
find
gonna
it?
die.
What page is it on?
I'm looking at page 211. I'll search for blood potency. And here it says...
rousing the blood. Okay.
Yeah, it says some conditions, such as increased blood potency, allow the player to roll 2 dice on some rouse checks and pick the highest.
Oh, that's right. I remember the humanity rules were where I saw that. Where was that? Humanity. At Humanity 8, I can roll 2 dice for my rouse check. No, that's just for Blush of Life. It doesn't have to do with the rouse check from the morning.
I guess what I'm going to say is that, at least for now, I may do some more reading and find it's different in reality. But for now, I'm going to say that anytime you're not at Hunger 5, on like a rouse check, like getting up in the morning, or on a level 1 power, or things like a Blush of Life, you can, because you each have blood potency of 1, you can roll an additional die. So basically, you roll the check twice and take the better. So any of you that failed that rouse check can roll it one more time and see
Nope,
if you...
still hungry.
Huzzah!
I'm not hungry anymore.
Oh my god, I'm the most frail character. God, the system hates me.
But
Every
about
system hates you.
Every
about an
system does
hour
hate
after
me.
sunset, you have a knock on the door, the back entrance to your new basement apartment.
Terry's gonna say, go up. Is there like a peephole?
Yeah, we'll say there's like one of those little sliding bar things.
Yeah,
That you can-
Terry's gonna like slide it back and like peek out.
And Amanda, why don't you tell them what they see?
Sorry, Charles was talking to me, guys.
Wait, does she know the password?
Is there a password?
Yeah.
Password. It's pistachio.
I thought it was papaya or kumquat.
It was definitely
No, it's
No, it's
pistachio.
pistachio because it would
Summer
never come
Oh,
out
it's
to
Pinocchio.
Summer got to choose.
because
Yeah, I got confused.
nobody in this neighborhood could afford the pistachio nuts.
Or kumquats.
Prosciutto?
Or prosciutto.
I don't know the password, guys.
That's okay.
But what do they see? What does Terry see when he slides back the little eye level bar to look out?
You'll see a tall, slender, very, very white skin, long black hair, female. She's very tall, like 6'1", 6'2", and
Oh,
she's
damn.
still wearing heels because fuck you, bitches. She's
Just
in all
meta
black,
of
like
this
a
bitch.
turtleneck. You know, she has the look of high society. Like, she's not really trying super hard, but you can tell she's classy just based on the items of clothing she's wearing. She's an expensive bitch.
Very sus of you.
Or if you're trying to get a read on her, it wouldn't be just insight. It would be
Oh, I didn't add a stat to it. Okay, so it'd be insight and then composure because I was in the moment, right? Or would it be charisma, or what would I add? Or wits?
I'm going to say it's probably going to be wits or intelligence.
Got it. Intelligence is good. Let's try this again. Much better. I got a success. It's actually not much better. But Terry's just going to say, like, because you said you could tell if somebody's like undead, right? Like, there's an obvious difference between somebody who's like walking around dead and somebody who's living.
With you guys, if someone is not using that blush of life, they're going to look pretty ill. But there's actually special abilities that allow you to sense the actual beast inside of them.
Mm-hmm.
So you might suspect, but you wouldn't actually be able to be certain.
Right, but like, I mean, like Terry could like suspect that he's not staring down a human right now.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, you could. Again, you are.
It's like when he talked to Maxwell Clark or talked to Sphinx, right? Like, they look different.
Yeah, they do look a little different.
All right, Terry's gonna say, "What do you want?"
It's not really about what I want, but I've been sent here from Clark. Apparently, you guys might need a hand over the whole Ridgemont situation.
Terry's just gonna slam the like eye hole thing closed. He's not gonna say anything, and he's gonna turn around to like kind of go back down and tell everyone else. He's like, "This girl at the door. She's really tall. Says she's from Maxwell Clark Center over."
Oh, perfect. I was making a couple of inquiries about possibly getting a few watchmen about this place. Now that, well, the locals have been moved, I thought it might be best for his future interests if he uses some of his efforts to keep this place guarded. And that he promised us one particularly gifted boss among them, so I presume that is her.
What are you gonna tell us?
Well, he said he would look into it. He didn't give any sort of definitive yes. So honestly, I thought he was just blowing me off.
I guess I can understand that. All right, I'll go let her in. And Terry goes back up, and he doesn't like open the eye thing again. He just starts like undoing all the locks. Like I'm assuming we have at least 5.
You've definitely had time to add additional locks to this door.
Yeah. So Terry will undo all the locks and let her in.
When you open the door, you see her standing there, her arms crossed, and like as you finally open the door, she rolls her eyes and just walks past you.
Nice to meet you too.
And the one thing you notice is like, you've been to clubs before. This is like someone who knew the moment they walked up to the club they deserved to be let in. And you're like the, shitty bouncer who made them wait 2 minutes longer than they should have had to wait.
I know the type.
Basic white bitch.
I mean, Terry's not going to be impressed. As somebody who's one of the few people that's probably taller than you. I don't know. How tall is Terry Crews in real life? Let's see. Terry Crews.
He's like 6'3", isn't he?
I don't know. Let's see. He is 6'2", so I
was close.
I am just. You're like I'm looking eye to eye with you, which you're probably not used to. You probably look
With
down
the
on me.
heels,
Got the heels
I
on.
have heels on. I'm still looking down on you.
I didn't say taller.
I look down on everyone.
Terry's got boots on.
Platform shoes.
That's right.
It's
that's
fine.
right.
We're eye level then. We're eye level.
Plus, they're just both sexy people, so they're just having a sexy off right now. Terry's gonna say, my name's Terry. What's your name?
They call me Blake.
Cool. Well, that is Alex, and he's gonna point at Ryan's character.
Yo.
That is Jay, and he's gonna point at Lucas's character.
Hi.
That's Charles, and he's gonna, or Charlie. And do we call you Charles or Charlie?
No, actually, it's Charles. I actually have a cousin who works at the post office. Kind of a dick, so just Charles.
Right, that's
Charles.
Charles. And then that's Sam, and he points over at Summer's character. And then Rain's around here somewhere. I don't know where he went.
I think he's digging a hole.
Yeah, he said something about the sewers.
Oh, he's probably drug addicts on the side of the road. Who knows what he does? I think he's doing it for fun.
If Jeremy was here, I would make a masturbating in the alley joke, but he's not.
I mean, he's probably.
So, everyone, this is Blake. What are you doing here, Blake?
Well, you tell me.
He didn't fill you in at all?
He actually did. He gave Blake a fair bit of information he thought might be useful to you guys. But instead of me just rambling for a while, what sort of questions have you guys had? What sort of information have you been trying to dig up?
Who are the other players?
Okay.
So who are we fighting?
So, first thing I'll say is that you're not sure you're going to be fighting anyone.
I mean, like, who are we competing with?
Right. So the information that Clark has given Blake, and that you've also gotten a little bit of information on, is that it's entirely possible Ace was making this move into Ridgemont on his own. It's unsure because Ivan hasn't made a move in the days following, or at least there's been no major show of force coming out of the Russian mob out of Ginbatten.
Okay.
And
Who was he taking the territory from?
There were a couple of members of the Camarilla that had established, nominal control over Richmond. The first one is named Victor, and Victor is a Toreador, like Blake. The second one was
Toreador? What?
a Toreador.
Toreador?
Toreador.
God. Okay. Now, quick question about Victor. Why does the prince want us to take back the territory and not him?
That is not entirely clear to you.
Okay, that's something we need to figure out. Okay, that's fine. I am fine with some unanswered questions.
Perhaps we are expendable.
Who's the next one?
The next one is a Bruja,
Oh,
and
a
This
Bruja
one-
that works for the Camarilla.
it still happens.
Okay, no, I just was clarifying.
More so in New
It's good to
Amsterdam
know-
than in other cities, but you don't
It's
know
good
that
to
yet.
know that not all of the Bruja work for Ivan.
Right. And this one was called Monica.
I spelled Victor with a K. I'm gonna spell Monica with a K just for fun.
Absolutely.
Okay,
I don't know how you knew the spelling so accurately.
all the Russian influence. Okay, do we know anything about either of these two people? Other than that they're members of the Camarilla.
Right. You know that from having lived in the city, Ridgemont, again, kind of a working class, slightly poorer neighborhood than the rest of the city. Ginbatten is more of the really destitute, the the industrial center, the very low rent, housing
Well,
apartment block type.
it's the docks, you said,
Yeah.
right?
Also, the docks are there. Ridgemont is, a little better off than that, but still, it's struggled. And while you don't know, and especially you're just recently turned vampires, you have no clue what all, other than that vampires actually exist now, has really been going on in the city. But you know that Ridgemont has a reputation of, low-level crime, a fair number of like muggings and places, not somewhere you'd want to go like spend a lot of time by yourself at night. And it has a reputation for having, the more out and out red light district.
Oh.
You know that Ginbatten is more known, like that's the area you'd be concerned about, like drug deals happening on the street corners, heavier, harder drugs, are always kind of assumed to be passing through that part of the city. Ridgemont is more recreational drugs. It's got a halfway decent club scene. It's not like Marebest, it's not like Den Hollow, but
it's like Manhattan.
Marebest is like Manhattan.
Okay. And then Ridgemont's like,
I'd say it's probably more like Queens.
and then Ginbatten's the Bronx.
Yeah.
I feel like Ridgemont's kind of a mix of Long Island and Queens.
We'll go with that.
Yeah, that's the vibe I'm getting. It's like there's people that live there, and then there's the stuff going on in the streets.
Yeah.
Okay, but there's the pimps and the players hang out in Ridgemont.
That's the reputation it has. And given what you're starting to put together about the reality of the vampire world, you suspect that whoever was in, kind of running the borough, had to have their hands in that in some way, shape, or form.
Gross. I hate it. Anyone else have anything to say?
No, I'm just trying to take notes, and I'm failing miserably.
Amanda's here. She's taking all the notes.
I don't need more sticky notes right now, guys.
I've actually been pretty impressed with my note taking for this campaign.
I have too. This has been good.
I literally almost never take notes. But this one, I'm like, I want to know everything.
I'm trying to do it all in one note, so I'm not handwriting anything.
I'm doing
So
both.
I'm having to make categories and
I'm
subcategories.
gonna type up my notes later.
Don't lie to yourself, Nick. That's how it starts.
No, I actually bought a new notebook. I really like I no joke. I'm super excited that we're playing in something that Allie made. Like, I think that's so cool, and I'm really excited about it.
And two, actually, it's like this is
Because
so
I
much
can't
fun
wait.
for me.
Honestly, I'm really
Allie
excited.
made this?
Yes, and I'm really excited to go read her shit when we're like done with this.
No way.
Yeah,
Well,
man, New Amsterdam is Allie's, not Ben's.
Yeah,
Fuck
I will
Ben.
tell you this. As she keeps telling me, this is an alternate universe of her New Amsterdam. Like it's not exactly the same, but I'm taking many of the names and the influences and the personalities from her works. So,
That's incredible.
but I will be right back. The dog is kind of whining, so I'm gonna have to run him outside.
Allie,
Real
I
quick.
love her.
So, short break.
Okay, so
Think of more questions you want to know about the area and those sorts of things.
Okay, so whoever controls the red light district more likely has power in Ridgemont. I don't know if I want to take over prostitution.
I mean, could be prosperous.
Usually
Could be
is.
taking it out.
I mean, we could always divide the different avenues between us. Who controls what,
Oh,
each section
Summer.
a different feeding
Okay,
ground.
okay,
Yeah.
Summer.
Yeah.
I
that
see
way-
you. I see
that way,
you. Just ask
we
each
could
other
also
when we need help.
possibly. Yeah, we could also ask Ben if it's possible to set up multiple bases, so that way we don't have to have because
Well-
Richmond's pretty freaking big.
It's big. Like, no, we're gonna have to form a gang.
We'll need several areas to be watched.
Yeah, we need an organization. Like, we're gonna need more than just 6 people or 7 people. Like, we're gonna need to recruit people. We're gonna need like allies. We're gonna need like people that work for us. Like, we're gonna have to be crime bosses.
I'm gonna have to set up a network that's off the network, so that way we can
Yeah,
communicate.
no, for real. Yeah. You're gonna be our eyes and ears, like, and then. Oh man, I don't want to. Oh, this is so hard. Why did I picked the worst character for this?
You picked Terry Crews.
The problem is like the actual like my pre-gen character is a fucking community organizer. He's like vehemently against all of this shit. Because it makes the neighborhood worse.
This is the ultimate community organization.
Well, I mean, it's true. Like, Terry's going to be down for taking these things out, but he's like also going to fight with you guys about if you replace.
I mean, it's also a possibility that you could sanction off part of Ridgemont that isn't touched by any of that. We could literally curate neighborhoods and the people that live there.
schools and residential districts,
Manipulate, the local economy.
the parks.
Yeah,
Kill
because
the
Terry's
drug
all about making
dealers.
the community better, and now I don't know if he can do that. Not working for the prince.
Sorry, I'm back. My wife said cookies and I went running.
Tell her happy birthday for us.
I will. Thank you.
Well, what other questions do people have?
And just like, what's the Camaria's next move? Like, anything else we can do to assist?
Is that all you do is follow orders?
For this one, yeah. Whenever I got his best bro killed, yeah, definitely. For a minute, I'll build up some favors so I can call him in later.
We have to play a game of chess. And we have to move the pieces accordingly. Sometimes you have to make the willing sacrifice of freedom in order to win the war.
I don't think I've ever been in conflict with one of Ryan's characters before.
It's about understanding this new economy, understanding how things flow.
Yeah, you're still a cop.
And I'm back. And I told you guys would fight.
No,
Bingo.
that's what I was just saying. I was like, I don't know if I've ever been in conflict with one of Ryan's player characters. Plenty of his NPCs, but I don't know if I've ever been in conflict with one of his player characters.
You haven't had that many chances.
A lot. Ryan and I play together all the time.
Ooh.
Difference between heroes and adventurers.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Fair. That's not a conflict. That's more just a disagreement of terms. What number 3 and I had was a conflict.
Yes.
All right.
Conflict resolution.
So, what else you got?
Kind of just trying to figure out what the Camaria's next move is. Like, if there's any way we can assist them in whatever's happening in Ridgemont next to, like, get in on the flow of information through here.
So, what Blake conveys, and it jives with what Clark told you guys before, is that basically Ace had moved in recently. Let's say in the last 8 months, year and a half, and the Camarilla control over the area was basically displaced. But now Ace is gone. And it's time to reestablish Camarilla control. And, that can mean a lot of things. But first and foremost, it means that any vampires in the territory abide by the Camarilla rules. And, Clark has gone out of his way to point out that, as far as they can tell, the reason that Ace got is because he was flouting the rules about hiding what you are, particularly in regards to technology and, basically going back to kind of an older way of functioning because of the new tools and abilities that these entities like the Second Inquisition have access to.
Gotcha.
Yeah, well,
Ruh-roh.
they don't have J.
That's what I'm worried about.
You can fight them. You know how they work.
Yeah, what? No. Of course I do.
But as far as what you guys can do, again, it's basically just reestablish the control of the area for the Camarilla.
Okay.
And
so when you say control, what kind of control? I guess I feel like I need a clearer
So imagine
definition.
imagine this is The Godfather. What does it mean?
I get that. Like,
Okay.
but they're dealing in drugs and money and stuff. Like, is it about money? Is it about
It's about all the above. It's about power.
And are
Power
we
and
to
control.
be the active enforcers on behalf of the Camarilla in this area then?
No.
Okay.
The Camarilla has its own enforcers, but those enforcers are generally only called out for, let's
Big
say,
stuff.
big game or blatant violations. And this is something I don't like. I don't know how much of this to just tell you, and how much I try to let you explore. But I will say that they're okay. Let's do it this way. To help establish a kind of a base level of information for you guys that your characters wouldn't necessarily know. Okay. They're the prince seems to be going out of his way to avoid starting an actual turf war with the anarchs. Like that doesn't seem to be the way he works. And so he didn't respond with violence or a show of force as some of what he considered his territory was being taken. But he continued to work the levers of power he has access to. And again, it's important to remember this is a human city. So all the things you would think of if you said, who's in control of this area? You know, what businesses are there? What, you know, who kind of has the inside information on the illicit activities? Who's making the money from the illicit activities? Who's making, you know, who's in control of the local town council or, you know, the city government or the police, or all those things are still in play.
Right.
If I understand this correctly, I think that we are basically a cancerous cell that is put into Ridgemont, and we are supposed to spread quietly our influence, or the Camarilla's influence, over Ridgemont without starting an active war. Is that what I'm getting?
Basically.
Yeah, so we have to, on the down low, slowly supplant from the ground up the Camarilla's will, but whatever our will is.
Yeah, but
through Richmond.
I guess I don't understand mechanically how we're measuring it. Like,
okay, so I'll put it in these kind of terms. Let's say this is kind of like a progressive quest in like a World of Warcraft. You know, the kind where like you go into an area and it's instanced. You know, you start, everything's awful. You complete one quest and the town changes. You complete another quest, the town changes some more. You know, there's kind of a series of things that, you know, you need to do in order to kind of take full control, if you will. Make sense?
I think so.
So
It's kind of like playing like City Skylines or like Sim City.
yeah, so
One
our
neighborhood at a
okay,
time.
so then
neighborhood at a time, or a
okay.
district, right?
I have some other questions then.
Okay.
Then so then Terry's lived in the city a long time.
Yep.
He is a community organizer.
Yep.
Who runs this community?
So, and here is one of the things, because I'm also learning this as we go along. I don't have, like, this is not where I have a campaign mapped out that I'm trying to run you guys through. So one of the reasons I was prompting you guys with questions about, okay, what sorts of things would you like to do? What sorts of, you know, ideas do you have? Is I want you to help me build, like, you know, we've thrown out that, like, okay, Ridgemont has the red light district.
Well, I want to know who owns the real estate in Ridgemont.
Okay.
Because
I
if
will
we
be-
could take after them, we could take their real estate. Is that what you're
The
going
real,
for, Nick?
yeah, because in the real world, owning the land is a huge part of controlling it.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
So
it gives you a lot more legal rights to do things.
In the
versus-
real world, correct? Right, because
Absolutely.
if we can disguise ourselves as a corporation taking over territory, or realtors,
or take over the
or-
people that are taking over that own those territories, right?
correct.
and now you're
Correct.
thinking like vampires.
Yeah,
That's
Yeah,
exactly
not
the
ourselves,
kind of stuff.
shell
So-
corporations.
No, I get it. I could think like a gang boss.
Yeah, come on, Nick.
Dude.
Come on, get dirty.
So, because I'm thinking,
Come on,
okay,
Terry.
somebody has
Come on, Terry.
somebody owns this place, right? Literally.
Yep.
So we just have to figure out who that is. It's
And-
real estate.
Oh,
I'm
well, I
going
mean, we
to-
could. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
If we wanted to find out who owned this place, we'd have to go to what, like Chamber of Commerce or something like that, or to a library.
Public
find names and
library.
stuff.
Or to Blake, who just fucking knows all the people based on my background shit.
And Terry knows a lot of people too.
Right. So what I'm going to say is that you guys know, Blake knows, Terry knows, that a lot of Ridgemont has been balled up over the last decade by something called the Monterey Group.
Because I'm sure as a community organizer, like these are the people that Terry is organizing against, I would imagine.
Or going to to request like donations and funding. So yeah, absolutely.
It kind of depends, right? He's gonna figure it out now. Because you always suspect, you're just like, are they corrupt? Do they actually have good intentions? We're gonna find out now. All right, so the Monterey Group has been buying up Ridgemont.
Another question. It's not necessarily a question for Tech or for you, Ben, but for the group. If we're going along these lines of figuring out who has control of what, do we want to figure out who has control of, say, internet access in the area? A company that, so maybe we can get a guy on the inside that can get us a
See,
free
that was the one
line.
question I hoped you wouldn't ask. Because I hate to tell you, it's the worst of the worst.
Oh, it's Comcast. No, they're
Oh, I thought you were going to say Frontier. Frontier is a hell of a lot worse than Comcast.
No,
Well,
Comcast is so
you know-
bad.
You know what, Jay?
Just
I'm gonna leave
take
that up to
over.
you.
It is a Delta Green game.
Oh God.
Well, Delta Green is canon in this universe.
It's true.
It exists.
Mhm.
I
But
would
getting a tech
Delta
guy on
Green
our side.
obviously is part of the Second Inquisition. Okay, obviously.
Yeah.
So
So we got to get a competitor that has lines in here.
Well, no, I think something important too for like say like our havens is getting internet access that's off the grid.
Yeah.
I don't know how to do that, Nick. Personally, I would imagine satellite internet.
Well, luckily,
mean-
you don't have to know how to do that personally, nor do I. Because one of the... let me find it. Somewhere in there.
I think there's actual mechanics for this, right, Ben?
Yeah, mental skills. Someone in your group has technology.
Hey,
How many technology points do you have?
3.
Yeah, so effectively, that the descriptor they give in the book is you can create and unleash your own viruses without fear of detection.
I
have
can
to
set up a
look at the
VPN for
skills.
us. Like,
So
yeah,
He's-
I can get us a network access. And so I wrote
Now,
that to Ben.
again-
I was like, I'm going to have a network access that we can VPN into, and then
yeah.
so our
Now
haven
that will
have
not
internet.
protect him if he like grabs a smartphone from the Apple store and is carrying it around all the time.
Yeah, but local network to a remote server into another building within this area will protect us.
Yeah, it's like we don't have to figure out the mechanics of it. We just have to say that he has the ability with the right resources to
Which
allow you to make use of the information base that is the internet, as long as you guys don't do stupid stuff like start posting on message boards.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I also put 2 points in my advantages for resources for middle class, so that way I can have high tech electrical gear.
Okay.
So I
So
can have access to gear to make a network for us.
okay, here's something cool. So I have 2 dots in politics. And so I can apply influence at a local level, or I know who can.
Yep.
So who's
And
like the politics dude from Ridgemont?
so I'm going to say that like you have worked with the head of I'm going to call it the borough council. Uh, Effectively, it's the district council that, is kind of in charge of the city. And you can give me his name.
Let's see. Do I is he a good, do I view him as a good person or like a piece of crap?
He's a politician. I mean, he has been, decent to you. He's tried to.
Do we see eye to eye on our politics, or is he from like an opposing political party?
I'll say that you guys have dealt mostly in local politics where that is less important.
I get, but you still like.
He wants to know if he could work with or use this person.
Yeah, like would I vote for this person?
You tell me. Like he's just in
Roll a
charge of
D100,
the
Nick.
council.
See what it is.
All
High or
right.
low.
All right. I like this. Okay, so we're gonna say low. We are ideologically aligned. High. We are not.
Aligned.
It was a close one.
Whoa! It was a midterm vote on that one.
It's close, but he leans a little bit more the other way.
Not vote for him in the primary, but I would suck it up and vote for him in the general. I get it. And his or her name? Let me think.
Let's be progressive. Let's make it a her.
Okay.
Let's do it.
Her name.
Well, do we want to tear this person down?
She clearly is a corporatist. Okay, clearly.
Yes, this is what we signed up for. Yes, do it.
What are we doing?
Her name is gonna be
local politics.
Brenda.
Marianne.
Brenda Bogman.
Ooh.
I was gonna go Barbara.
Don't like her.
Yeah, she's never gonna make it in like regional politics with a last name like Bogman.
Hey,
No,
why are you going up against Barbara? Barbara's a wonderful name, just full of God.
No, Barbara's on the other side.
I like Barbara's. I'm not sure if I like Brenda.
I got an Aunt Brenda. She's
right.
not nice.
Oh.
All right, so she's head of the borough council.
Does she have dreams of grandeur?
No.
Probably. No, but she's probably corrupt. So that's the thing we need to figure out. Is who she's
Corrupt
taking
in what
money.
way?
Well, she's probably taking money from somebody.
Probably the guy running the drugs in the red light district.
Or she's getting favors from somebody, or she's looking the other way on something. She's probably keeping somebody happy, right? Because if somebody is running this shit from the shadows, she's who's running it in the light.
Would this be a situation where this person is funneling funds into something that would not defund the police, but less funds to the police where they're not able to go into specific neighborhoods kind of situation? So they're putting more light in other neighborhoods to draw attention away from.
He's a little too low level for that. I mean, these are like council politics.
This would be like zoning laws and literally real estate stuff, like who gets to buy what, and like water laws and stuff like that.
Which developers magically get their developmental plans approved in like 3 months, whereas other ones get tied up for years.
Yes.
Zoning regulations.
Yeah, that's the kind of shit.
Her money like from a legal but dubious source. 'Cause that's even worse.
Oh yeah, it's probably an inheritance. Let's be honest.
Okay, so
No, I'm talking like she takes like backdoor deals. Like
so Brenda Bogman is Terry's contribution to our neighborhood structure. Jay. Who do you want to know? What do you want to find out?
Oh God. All right. You know
Look
what?
at your social skills. That has a lot.
Social skills. Let's see what I got for social skills. Social is what the
There's a few different. They're not categorized as like
yeah. I
the
think
stuff on the
it's
sheet,
athletic,
but
social, and mental. I think that's the way it goes.
yeah,
Right.
Yep.
yeah,
So your middle is your social skills.
yeah.
Correct.
Mental
Oh.
was where I got politics, but if you look at your skills on your Roll20 sheet, that should tell
Yeah.
you kind of like what you're good at.
No, I'm not. I'm not good with people.
No, but you know things.
No, I know things. I'm looking. I got investigation. I got awareness. I'm really into the occult. Apparently, I got
All right, so
some
you got strong
insight
investigation. You're
got
into the occult,
into the occult, into
and you're
awareness,
good with
tech.
technology. Maybe you know somebody in the police.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Delta Green is a thing in this universe. Perhaps there's an off-duty or not off-duty, a detective or a low-level beat cop that has some ties to, not ties, has a fascination with occult manuscripts, and I know of this person, and perhaps I could get some information through this individual on local police dealings. Maybe get some inside
Maybe
drug
they've
busts or something.
maybe they've like posted on one of your forums before.
Yeah. Like the
Maybe they're a huge fan of Bishop, and they
Yeah,
just
they
don't.
like might know your
Perhaps.
handle, but they won't know you.
perhaps yeah. Maybe they're a regular on the forums, and we post things, and with their high intelligence are able to manipulate conversations to get classified or local classified information out of this cop.
Okay, so yeah, so this is a detective in the Ridgemont station, or one of the Ridgemont stations. He fancies himself a bit of a tech enthusiast, and he's a little jaded about the system, so he sometimes throws some information out there that he thinks might help bring to light certain subjects that the authorities don't want to seem to pay any attention to.
Is this NAPD?
Yeah, this is NAPD.
NAPD. All right.
So, what is this detective's name?
Seamus Dennigan.
Seamus Dennigan. And what's their online handle?
Oh, online handle.
AKA.
The Irish Hammer 73.
Nice. Excellent. Okay. How about Alex? And by now, Sam and Charles should also be thinking of who they know and who they got contacts
Yeah,
with.
build something on the fly. Go.
I already know.
All right,
Of course
well, Sam
you do,
already
Summer.
knows. Let's go for it.
All right. So Sam, she's really good at like digging up things, following rumors, because well, she literally went into like tombs and shit while she served. That was her whole purpose. So she knows like I don't know what would be some kind of weird underground thing like that. Like I don't
Let's say-
know
Here we go.
terms of that.
So, you know that the club scene in New Amsterdam has like a very high-end, exclusive, potentially BDSM undertone to it. And you've heard rumors of clubs in the city, like super, super exclusive clubs in the city but you have a lead on some of the other clubs that are kind of almost feeder clubs, if you will, like the places you've got to get into to even be considered to eventually get into this other place. And it's not like there's the BDSM aspect of it, but it tends to touch on a lot of other like esoteric, occultish, unusual things in that realm.
And she's also really good at that occult shit.
So that's where you've spent some time trying to get more information because you're convinced that there's something more to this.
I might have to talk to you about that.
So, what sort of contact have you developed in that realm? If that fits with what you were going for.
Yeah, that does kind of fit. Maybe would it be easy to find like a human that you can tell might be a feeder, like be fed from regularly?
Like you would have a hard time, especially being that you're very new at this. You'd have a hard time picking up on the clues that would indicate someone who's potentially blood addicted. But I will say that whoever this contact you've got will have turned out to have been like that.
Okay.
Like you may not know that now, but you
like she has a hunch that they're involved in some way.
Yes. You're convinced they're involved in this scene somehow. You just don't know what that involvement takes, what form that takes.
All right, yeah, and that person's name is Danny Solano. She's like a young woman.
Danny Solano.
Yep. There we go. There.
Excellent. You spelled it right.
Is anybody else having fun? I'm having a lot of fun.
I'm having fun.
Yeah, this one.
I hate this.
Okay, so Charles is
Having
next.
a lot of fun. Okay,
Oh,
Charles.
sorry, that was Amanda, not Rachel. Sorry. Blake's next. Blake, since you're hating it, you have to go next. Or not. Okay, Charles, you're up.
This is a contact, right? Like,
it's
yeah,
like
this is
something you know about Ridgebot.
Yeah, someone you know about Ridgebot.
I'm so bad. I don't know why.
okay.
What was that, Nick?
He really wants it to be Ridge Bottom because of Callum.
I keep wanting to say Ridge Bottom instead of Ridgemont.
I'm sorry that Callum has gotten into your brain so badly.
You know what, Nick? Let's make it our mission to take over this part of the city and have it renamed.
No, it's fine.
We can have the power.
Okay, so this is something that I would know from my background as, like, a human, right?
Yes.
Okay, two things. Because originally, I did keep the background for my character. I just added... So, I have two evil organizations.
Okay.
The people who hired me to beat up some thugs, so basically, I was a goon. Yep. You know, that's what I did.
You were.
And also, I know the PTA.
That's right, because he was a teacher.
Yeah.
All right, so that's two clearly evil organizations.
Yes.
I would agree.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what mob are you working for?
Or gang.
I don't, I'm... Gethbaton.
Cool name.
Mm-hmm.
You say death. Please spell that.
G-E...
Oh, I thought you said death.
No, you know what? Death Baton. That's right. Death Baton.
I thought you were going like the French chef, like Gilles Baton.
No, I just kind of looked at Get Bottom, and I was like, I can't figure out something right now, so then I just added the TH and Death Baton.
All right, so we got Death Baton. I assume they're working out of Genbaton primarily, but
Yeah, probably, yeah.
but we'll say that they're some of the ones running the party drugs into Ridgemont's club scene.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Are they
And
smuggling
beat
them in Girl
one
Scout
too.
cookies?
Not Girl Scout cookies. The PTA board. The BTA.
Bake sales.
The PTA
There you go.
Sales.
the head of the game.
All right, so
I love
Death Baton is supplying the party drugs, and it's a small ring of members of the PTA that are distributing.
Yes. Do you
So-
want to hear the name I have for the gang leader?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, you're going to love this. You're going to absolutely love this if you watch this movie. Gracie Lou Freebush.
Oh, Miss Congeniality. Yes.
Yes. And hold on.
Now, is she the PTA member that's running the ring,
No,
or is
she
she
the
actually
P-
the gang leader?
Ooh, she is a part of the PTA and the gang leader. She wants to take over the PTA board, but there's one person standing in her way.
Okay, so how violent is Death Baton? Sounds pretty violent, but the way you're describing it, it's turning more into a like weeds situation.
That's exactly what I had in my mind.
See, I have never watched Weeds before.
You just described it pretty much.
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay. Well, I would assume, they want to be covert because, that's how the PTA runs is through intimidation and with fighting words, but they would send goons, like me,
Yeah, they'd
who
hire
are
muscle.
underpaid. Yeah, to do a little bit more intimidation, not killing, but just punching your eye out. And
Okay.
by the way, I have the picture of the PTA leader. Let me just upload it in just a second. Hold on.
Okay,
I feel
so
like this is the PTA, but they look like Death Clock.
No, they
Oh,
God.
my god, I love this.
Yes. Okay.
That's perfect.
So that's Gracie Lou Freebush.
That's
that is
Gracie Lou
Gracie
Freebush.
Lou Freebush. Yes, she is the leader of the Death Baton, and she wants to take over the PTA board from the lead PTA gal named Annie Elizabeth. Fuck. God damn it. What's it?
Her name could just be
I
Annie
think it's just
Elizabeth.
Annie Elizabeth.
Annie Elizabeth, yeah. And you know what? Hold on. I am looking something up. Just 1 second.
making sure I got this right. Gracie Lou is the leader of Death Baton, who is currently supplying party drugs to the area and wants to take over the leadership of the PTA from Annie Elizabeth.
Yep.
Yes, that is what we're going from. Hold on.
Perfect. Okay, great. My notes are coming together.
And you know what? Gracie Lou Freebush, I don't know how she did it, but you know what? She faulted me from getting a raise, which made me a higher goon for her, thing. Hold on, let me get Annie Elizabeth. Hold on. Hold,
Oh, I
please.
gotta find art for.
I know exactly what happened
Seamus
with
Finnegan.
Gracie Lou.
There we go. There's Annie Elizabeth.
Nice. So, Gracie Lou started a rumor that Charlie had, How long have you lived in the city?
Like 15.
Like your entire life, or did you move here?
Yeah, moved here. I was
That's what I thought.
transplanted here to
Small
get
town
into
guy
low,
moved to the big city.
So Gracie Lou started
Yeah,
a
because
rumor
below-
that you moved to
Yep.
the city because the place you used to live, you were a registered sex offender.
Well, fuck her. Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, because Charlie Diaz from the Midwest, right?
Yeah, Charles Diaz from the Midwest, went to college, went to American, God, I don't know, Teach America, put into a low income area, and that was a way to pay off some debt, because a lot of college debt, and
Then he got in deep with the PTA.
got in deep with the PTA. Exactly. She holds some like fake blackmail.
And I mean, the reason that Gracie Lou did it is because you were such a goody two shoes that that one time she that you heard about this party where there might have been some illegal drugs. You reported it to the principal.
Of course, yeah. She wanted me to swear fealty, and I didn't want to do it. I didn't want to kiss her ring.
Yep. Okay, Blake, what you got for us?
I will protect Annie Elizabeth with my life.
I think Annie Elizabeth just became one of your touchstones.
Definitely.
I wish I knew.
It's
It's
like
a mechanical thing.
It's like a mortal that you are attached to.
It helps you stay human.
Yeah, it helps keep you connected to the human world, even though you're now a vampire.
I decided, like, mechanically that in one of my flaws that I have a family member who is owes a big debt to some bad people. So I got to come up with whoever that family member is.
So is that an infamy point?
It's 2.
Oh, okay. But it's 1 point, but it's worth 2, right?
It's 1 point, but it's worth 2 for my family member. My family member has 2 points of infamy.
Like I ran the books in their name or something.
I just have the 1 point of infamy.
Bad gambling debt.
Blake, you have
I'm
anything?
gonna leave it up to Ben.
I was gonna go with the classic Devil Wears Prada situation here.
Okay.
Which is
Well, where
no, I don't.
No, I don't.
No, you know.
You don't know that
I
movie?
know what that movie is. I have
someone
never
makes a
watched
pack
it.
with.
You haven't watched
Ancient
The Devil
Snake.
Wears Prada?
Why?
God.
Give me a good reason why I would watch The Devil Wears Prada.
It's
Okay.
Like,
Who's the
explain
guy?
to me what that movie's about really quick, so I can understand what a Devil Wears Prada situation is.
It's about a fashion industry, high society person, and her underling is just basically completely like just demolishes her in the most classy way possible.
It's kind of like a Cruella
It's-
de Vil in
It's
No One Knows
Pygmalion,
Mansions.
only without the trying to raise someone up.
It's good. It's good. It's a classic. But yeah, since she works in that area, I would assume that's how she has a lot of her connections, was through working for this high society industry, and then the head of the industry is you guys are gonna make me think of a name for her though, aren't you?
We are.
Well, yeah. And what's their connection to Ridgemont?
Oh, I'm about to tell you what their connection is.
Oh, okay.
Perfect.
I just need the name.
Okay, well actually I want to make it a super gay guy though. Just like
That's fine.
evil gay guy. But I'm trying to think I don't know.
Jacques.
Why
Jacques feels
why-
like a good name.
Why am I just picturing Billy Eichner?
Yeah, we'll do Jacques. I need a good last name for that though.
Well, it sounds like a pretentious guy would only have a first name.
Jacques. Yeah, we'll call him Jacques.
How do you spell that?
JACQUES.
There's a Z. at the end.
Oh, not an S,
he
a
put a Z at
Z,
the
because
end.
he's pretentious.
Jacques, obviously.
I think I think when he gives a last name, he's equally pretentious. It's Jacques Monet.
Ooh, yeah.
Monet,
That's
yes.
perfect. That's perfect.
So
Okay, and this person is like a fashion designer.
this person is definitely a fashion designer. The other thing they are is a human trafficker who uses all the fashion models, like the ones who are trying to make it big and get into the shows in Mirabest. He runs an escort service with them.
I hate it.
Oh, like the models who are like super desperate.
Yep.
Ah.
I'm okay with murdering some people.
Yeah. Would we get a stain if we murdered him?
I prefer
was a
my
bad
human
person?
trafficking to not involve trafficking of humans.
Yeah. Like turtles.
Can I get the human trafficking without
Corralling
the human
them
trafficking?
into a pool of people I could drink from is one thing, but
I'm just
Selling
going to
them
go
good.
ahead and tell you that part of taking over Ridgemont is going to be establishing control over things like this.
Yeah, and we could decide which crimes we want to do and which ones we're like, nah, we're not doing that anymore.
yeah, once
Yes,
we
you
get
can.
power, we could put the boot down and be like, yeah, no, that shit ain't happening on our turf.
Exactly, yeah.
Do any of you guys read webtoons?
Kind of, yes.
Yes.
There's one
I
that this
partake.
is suddenly reminding me of. Oh, where did it go? There's so many of them, and I lost track of it.
Terry's gonna clean
I-
up these streets.
I hated True Beauty. I hate True Beauty so I cannot. Ugh, I just don't like it.
The Lookism. Have you guys read that one?
No.
Mm-mm.
It's about these kids, and this is reminding me of this because there's like these 5 different gangs basically, and so like the whole goal of it is to like unite the city under one. And I just feel like that's what we're doing. That's pretty cool. There's like all these different aspects, and each gang is in like charge of a different aspect of the city. Like some of them have human trafficking, and so that's like they're trying to go through and like destroy all the gangs and make it like a peaceful place again. But it's just like there's just so much corruption and bullshit. It's I see it happening, guys. I'm excited.
I have 3 words for you guys. Are you ready?
Oh god.
Oron Host Club.
What?
Ah, I love that one.
Is this an anime thing?
Yeah.
Weren't you the one that told me about it?
No, I was the one
No.
that hadn't done it or seen it or played it.
You know,
It's
I
a- it's
haven't
a
even seen
anime.
it either. I just
Isn't
know
it?
about
It's
the
very
show.
good.
It's great. It's
I
great.
believe it was in the same conversation when we were talking about those dating games that you guys were like, you should try it.
Yep. That would be the one.
Oh, I tuned
yeah,
all
what
those
was
out.
it?
Sorry.
Doki Doki Literature Club.
Yes,
Doki
it was in the
Doki
same
That is
conversation as that.
absolutely just a dating sim.
It was in the same
Yeah.
conversation as that, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Have you ever played Doki Doki Literature Club?
No, I haven't. I still haven't
You
played
You
it.
should.
Do it. It's free. Do
Okay,
it.
well, my 3 words were intended to imply that you could always turn the escort service into that.
Mm,
I don't know what that is.
Like the maid cafe.
Oh,
Yeah, exactly.
no, if it's voluntary, absolutely.
Yeah. It could be or like a gentleman's club.
Yeah, like, look, we will hire people that have felonies and
We
things
could
like that.
we could
you
take
know,
people
like,
out of human trafficking and give them a new life.
yeah, and maybe help them out of poverty instead of keeping them in it.
with benefits, right?
See, still
And it's
managing the
available,
community.
So, Alex,
unionized, right?
I know you're
Yeah.
quite connected in the business community.
Business and medical.
Who do you know?
Well, back in his college days, since he's got a 3 in medicine and a 3 in finance, I assume he's got like doctorates in both.
God, I hate you.
You know,
I'm good with
the
that.
game plan was to go into the medical field as like a pediatrician because
It's all
for
about the
reasons.
kids.
Oh, definitely, because one of his bonds is to never involve children. So I thought that would be a pretty nifty tie-in for that. But during his stay as an intern in the hospital, like during that tenure, he got a little bit hooked on painkillers while he was there, thanks to the assistance of one Dr. Gregory Wilson, who was a little bit more lenient than others when prescribing such heftier pain medications. And so using his 4 charisma, he was more than able to talk this guy into a couple of fraudulent scripts on occasion. And I assume that he got caught or reported at some point. And so his life took a turn away from the medical field, but still trying to weasel his way back in. He opted for like a business finance degree. And with his doctorate in that, he got most of his funding through investments overseas and the like, and learned that it's a lot easier to work your way through the day-to-day as just like the front desk clerk rather than actually having to put in any sort of a real effort the way that doctors do behind the scenes. It's up to the people that are running things out front, doing all the schedulings, making the real deals happening about these places.
So did Alex used to work in Ridgemont?
Yeah, or like he knows that Dr. Gregory Wilson is still practicing here. Like he's probably a new Amsterdamian for life, a lifer.
NA for life.
Yeah, I think that what we've just
NAU?
identified is that you volunteered, or you were doing your internship at Ridgemont Mercy Hospital.
His residency.
That's the word. Thank you.
I was gonna say he didn't make it to his residency.
Savage.
Well, I mean, he got in trouble with the pills.
Yeah, but I think he at least was a doctor.
Was he a doctor?
I could have made it.
You know what?
Did
He
you
had to
finish
settle
school
for
or not?
veterinary school and work for the mob.
He probably, because you don't. Is it completing your residency that is at the end of school, or after school you go into your
They
residency?
call you doctor after you complete your residency, I think.
So I imagine he probably got the degree, his doctorate degree, but didn't complete his residency.
Okay, so you finished your schooling, but you got in trouble with the pills during residency, and never actually finished your course.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. My wife actually went through a similar thing. Like, you get the paper, but unless you do the hours after you have the paper, it doesn't actually qualify you for it.
On all my mailing addresses, it still says doctor on it.
Yeah, you have the degree, but you couldn't pass like the medical board.
Right. Still can't practice.
All right, so
Can't do
Dr.
surgery.
Gregory Wilson, who has a history as a pill pusher, still works at Ridgemont Mercy. Okay. And Jeremy is not here to help us understand who Rain's contact is.
Oh, I'm sure once he learns all this, he's going to go wild.
But I'm going to go ahead and give his contact a name and a profession. His contact's name is
Professional
Owen
drug dealer.
Howard.
Drug dealer.
Yep. Owen Howard is definitely a dealer.
No, what are you talking about? That's also a PTA member. Everyone's a drug dealer on the PTA.
No, that's who the
Besides
PTA
Elizabeth.
buys from.
That's the guy selling the Girl Scout cookies.
That's the guy the PTA buys from.
Everyone is in on it besides Anne Elizabeth. I don't fucking know.
Okay. So, now that we've fleshed out some of Ridgemont, and you have a few different inns into the neighborhood, how would you guys... What would you guys like to focus on first?
Well, that was a lot. What does everyone think?
I mean, I want to do something like character development. I just want to do something cute with me. And not blood sucking, so I'll let everyone else go first.
I need to eat really bad.
Speaking of blood sucking.
Speaking of blood sucking, Jay is actually, with the morning rise, he's overlooking a little wild-eyed. I am at
You
3
mean
of
the,
5 hunger.
the evening rise.
mean,
Sorry,
we could-
the evening rise.
With the
Well,
sunset.
morning for vampires.
Do we want to
Change.
split up tonight?
Well, I will say that anyone who has dots in herd, you will be able to basically feed almost at will. Like you'll have to arrange it and everything, but feeding is not really going to be an issue for you.
Ooh.
Everyone else, if you don't have points in herd, one of the major things you're going to have to do in the neighborhood is establish your feeding grounds.
Ben, I have 2 points in herd, and I get to choose a resonance. What does resonance do for me?
That is where the particular type of person you're feeding from, it almost like flavors their blood in a way that will help. It can assist you in advancing your abilities. So like as you gain experience, if you want to train to a higher level in some of your disciplines, you have to have regularly fed from a specific type of
Right,
person.
and each discipline has a resonance associated with it, if I remember correctly.
That is correct.
All right. Well, on this night, Jay will go feed because I don't think he can do any hacking with this itch, this thirst in the back of his throat. So that's what
What is
he's
your
doing.
thirst up to? Or your hunger?
3 of 5.
Yeah, you're getting pretty
I every morning he's like, the chocolate, the sweets aren't doing it. He's having to throw up. He needs something more substantial.
Would you like to walk us through how you go about feeding?
Yeah, I think he in the night he goes home to where his previous home was, and he essentially he walks in like a drunk. He's in a stupor at this point, and there is his girlfriend is there, and she is currently in a VR set doing her thing. She's currently streaming, so they can't see him because it's just tracking the VR, and he invokes his awe ability to entice her to end her stream, and he proceeds to feed on her particularly. So without going too much into detail, he just forcibly uses his abilities to gain her blood and then makes her forget about it.
Okay. So you were in theory still living with your girlfriend.
Yeah, I put points in the resource to help pay for the rent. So it's her apartment, lives with her.
He just has a key to her place.
I got a key to her place. That's what
Okay.
it is. Yeah.
All right. Well,
So that's his like.
I'm gonna make a note of that because we're definitely gonna come back to
Oh yeah.
what
So
that relationship is like.
what-
As you only show up at night now.
Yeah.
What's your girlfriend's name?
Oh, I have a name. Hold on, I put it in
And
here.
she's a streamer. Interesting.
And she is a VTuber actually. So she has she doesn't stream herself. She streams a digital avatar of herself. Her name is Kelly Parks, but she goes by the
What's her
handle of
handle?
Rook.
That's cool.
Solid.
And I also have a buddy, like a best friend, at some point that will have to be fed on as well.
All right. Well, you can knock one hunger down.
Woohoo! Yay! I'm not alive, y'all. Yeah. So that's it for me. And if I remember correctly, I get to choose the resonance, and I think I'm going to choose it for the Auspex and Dominate. Those are my two.
All right.
for
Well,
this one.
both of those have a phlegmatic resonance.
Yep, that's the primary. So my primary abilities will be off of Rook, at least for the moment.
Okay. All right. So that's what Jay has gone out to do tonight.
among other things, but we'll
Uh,
keep that behind the black curtain.
Terry wants to find out more about Monica, since we share a clan.
Okay. So, first thing I'll say is that as you ask Blake about, well, if this
Blake,
used to
what do you
be,
know about Monica?
and what Blake knows is that Monica and Victor had managed to, more or less keep things under control for a while. But they clearly had lost touch. The fact that they got pushed out is all the evidence that the prince needed to no longer back them for, leadership of this part of his city. And Blake knows that neither of them has been reported dead. That's about it.
What kind of businesses was Monica involved in?
Well, let's see if you guys can make me a roll, and we'll see if Blake, because Blake was not told specifically what sort of businesses.
Come on, man, make a roll. Woo!
So, well, then is that something Terry can go out and figure out?
Absolutely.
Because my persuasion is really good. So I think like getting people to talk to me is the easy part.
Okay. So you're going to try persuasion and manipulation?
Or charisma.
Yeah, either one.
Yeah, because I have my awe ability. Which lets me add the presence rating to any skill roll involving persuasion or performance, as well as other charisma-related roles.
Well, let's say that first, because you don't know a lot about Monica, and Blake
I
doesn't
don't.
either. So
Yeah, like where would we go to like?
That's
How
what I was
about
gonna say. I
this?
think
Does she
someone's
know
gonna have
where
to do
we
an
could go?
investigation roll first to see if you can.
Yeah, would she know where to go to learn this information? Let's start there.
I'll say that the first place that she recommends checking is the club scene. Just because...
Like any club in particular?
Yes, there is a club in particular. And Blake, what is the name of that club?
The Black Cat.
The Black Cat is a club. It's near the riverfront. It's a fairly new, fairly trendy dance club. And
But you can't go dressed like that.
What do you mean?
You'll never make it past the doors.
Fine. What do I have to wear?
We'll have to go shopping. I'm sure you don't have anything suitable.
Harry likes his clothes. Thinks the leather suits me.
By the way, Amanda, Terry talks about himself in the third person.
I'm aware of this feature of Terry. Well, Terry's gonna like his new clothes even better.
All right, fine. I guess we're going shopping. Where do you go shopping at night?
the one place that immediately comes to mind is a shop called James.
James. That should be suitable.
And it's not just suitable. you know that James is the place to be. Like there is no finer location, and it just so happens to keep very late hours.
Just so happens, huh?
She's gonna hurry and like look at her smartwatch or something, and just double check the time. Be like, oh yeah, we'll have plenty of time.
You're not allowed to have that.
Oh, we're not allowed to have that. Okay, never mind. I don't know the rules. I'll look at an old classy watch. What's that
That you're
really?
allowed to have. You can't have anything like connected to the internet or that has like a GPS in it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, just an old classy watch. No tracking possible. It's really pretty, stunning.
I want to say, she's in very like couture kind of clothing. She actually pulls out a pocket watch.
There,
Oh,
nice.
ooh, even better. Yes.
It's not silver, I hope.
No.
Actually, it is.
Oh, God. Watch out, Ryan. Alex, you're allergic.
So, James is the premier fashion store in the fashion district, which is in Mirabest. But as Blake, you guys get a cab, or are you going to try to take the? What did I give you guys the other day? A
limo.
No, you didn't. You didn't get the limo. You rode around in a limo. But
Get a train token.
no, it wasn't a Tahoe. It was the Escalade.
It was a Suburban.
Oh.
You gave
A
us
Suburban.
a
A
Suburban.
big one. A big Suburban, yeah.
a nice big Suburban. So you guys gonna take that? Or you
Like
gonna
a
you
Cadillac?
know, cab?
Can we make it an Escalade? That'd be sick.
Can we make it an Escalade? I won't be
No,
seeing
we
it.
gotta uptick. The Suburban is for troop transport. It's got 3 rows of seats.
Can we take my car?
You
Absolutely. What is your car?
Tell me it's a Tesla Model Y.
A Tesla Model Y.
Oh no.
The one with the GPS in it?
No,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah, Tesla's exactly the kind of car you can't have.
Oh no, just like a really, really old style Mustang. Like-
Nice.
There you go. Yep.
Ooh, that's something you would drive, yeah.
She's got like a 60s Mustang.
Yeah.
68 Mustang? Yeah.
Excellent.
It's red.
And it's definitely been drawing attention. Parked.
Of course it is.
Out.
Why wouldn't it be?
I mean, to be
Obviously.
fair, anything that Blake drives would draw attention.
It's true.
I draw attention naturally.
That's what I'm saying.
But let me make a little roll here.
Anyone else want to come along?
I'll stay here and keep an eye on things
Well,
until we
that's
get
a-
the
that's a-
watchmen and security in place. I'd feel a bit more comfortable keeping an eye on anyone else keeping an eye on this place.
I mean, could we
Yeah,
say
Mike.
that maybe Rain came back and Rain could keep a look on the place?
We trust Rain enough to look after the place.
Definitely.
I'm gonna don't worry about looking on the place. I'm gonna be near the Haven, and I got security. Don't worry about it. Go do
We're
your
going
thing,
to catch a streamer.
Ryan. I've got tech. Don't worry about it.
So, who all's going to the Mustang? Because I figure at most 4 of you can ride in it.
There's only 4 seats.
Well,
There's
Terry
also a
has-
trunk.
Terry has to ride up front though. He's too big.
You know what? I'll take a ride. I just need to stop out of school. I just need to do something. So yeah, I'll tag along.
Creepy.
Also a subway.
As these people are like saying, "Oh yeah, I'll go with," she like visibly looks them up and down, and like she has a pretty good resting bitch face, poker face, but you can just see like a line of a little bit of disgust as she looks at each
Yeah,
one
like-
of them.
Yeah, so
Terry,
when
Terry
you
at
look-
least has 3 charisma.
when you look at Charles, It goes from resting bitch face to utterly disgusted bitch face.
Yeah.
I'm pretty
Charles,
sure there's something in my background that like ugly sights are actually
Yeah.
painful to me.
Yeah, Charles looks like
I
a
look
vampire.
so fucking
Like
ugly. I look like
Nosferatu.
It's my bane. I literally can't thrive around ugliness. Actually, I think it's best if you stay.
Okay, why? You were offering seats, so you know you have a ride. So I took that offer. Why the sudden about face? I kind
It's
of like
about
to
your
know.
face.
Because I saw you.
Okay, first of all, very hurtful, and also fuck you. So I'll put on a goddamn mask
What is the
or a
mask
bag
for?
over my head. How about that? You just don't look at me. How about that?
I can still smell you.
Oh my god, do you want me to buy Chanel number 5? Everyone fucking stinks. We eat blood now. I smell like blood or okay, admittedly, yes, I'll take a shower. I'll admit, kind of been forgetting to take a shower because, you know, the whole dead thing. I'm going in that fucking car.
Chanel number 5 is classless and it smells terrible. You really need to get something better than that. But if you must go, I guess we're leaving.
And I don't like her.
Charles,
As
Charles, do you need a shirt, a nice shirt?
What?
If
my
you're
internet
going
cut
to a fancy place, do you need a nice shirt?
Oh, no, I'll just tag along, you know, in the back of the car.
All right, we got one more seat. Alex or Sam, you want to come?
You know what? Actually, I will take that fancy little suit that you got. Yeah, I'll do it.
You're a what? 38 long?
Yes. Yes.
You feel free to run along, Sam. I'm going to stick around here and keep an eye on things.
Oh no, I have other plans to take other business to take care of.
Sam, you know, why don't we just be buddies and everything? You know,
oh,
back in my
perfect. Yeah, you
Respect-
stay here.
Respectfully, Charles.
And we can ride in the car together in the back seat and, you know, talk secrets and, you know, flash eyes at the goddamn driver who doesn't know how to shut up.
Respectfully, Charles. What I'm doing, I don't want any of you even close to. So
Okay, good. You know, politely put me down. You know, like any civilized person would do instead of just calling people ugly. You know, that's what we call kindness here. Just because we're goddamn sucking creatures of the night doesn't mean that we have to, you know, get rid of common courtesy.
This is me being courteous.
I can see your soul is blacker than midnight. Okay.
All right. So
Anyway,
everyone-
those pants, Jay. Kind of want them.
Oh, yeah, I have a spare. I'll give you. I will give. I'll give Charles my spare dress suit, as I am not going to need it tonight. Please make sure that it comes back in one piece.
Please don't worry about it. You know, that's a very courteous thing to do. You know, when people borrow things, you know, they give it back to you in one piece. Don't worry about this, Jay. We've known each other for what, like 3 days? You
And
can
I already
somewhat
trust you with
me.
my outfit.
There we go. I'll see you later, Jay.
So there's a like a nice pressed powder blue shirt with like a chocolate brown vest, and an accenting ascot with it, and a pair of dark brown slacks to go with it.
This is the nicest thing he's worn, besides a nice hoodie.
This is what you call nice? No wonder why they sent me.
Oh,
and,
don't
you know-
worry, Blake. If you look at the tags, they are quite designer. Maybe a couple of years old, but I think they should still be acceptable for where you're going.
Years old. Oh, God.
Yes. They do the trick.
Think you'll look dapper as all hell, Charles.
All right. Well, let's get going to James's. We don't got all night.
Ben, how did you pull up a blue shirt? I love it.
Oh, dang.
Charles.
Can't wait.
internet
I
come
can't
before
wait
you.
to see what Charles actually looks like.
I know, that's what I'm waiting for. It's like, what's the actual?
Where's the second half of this meme?
Oh,
What does Charles have in their social abilities? Like what how sexy of a vampire is Charles?
not very. Not
Damn.
at all.
Can we fake it till we make it?
No,
Yeah, we certainly
Probably
can.
not.
definitely not.
But I love him. He's so great.
Tell you what, if Blake doesn't want to help, I am pretty good at charisma and composure. Let's see if we could dress up old Charles before he goes on a night on the town.
All right, I didn't have the what he actually looks like when prepped when I posted that.
Probably looks like
I think I found one.
Brendan Fraser in Encino Man, the fucking caveman looking dude.
We have to take lessons in meme making from Rachel. She makes them as we're talking about it.
Exactly, yeah. I've gotten very good at it, actually.
Okay, toot toot on your flute.
Yeah. What are you going to do?
I'm giving you a
Mean
suit.
about it.
Given a
Toot on my
suit so you
Will
can
give
toot
me a
toot on your
suit?
flute.
Yes.
Make a meme about that. Well, let's see your skills.
Okay. Hold on.
Give me a flute player wearing a suit that matches the description. Oh, no, that is not what I gave Charles.
It's inside out.
I'll take it.
Actually, if you rolled up into the club wearing reindeer suit, you would actually probably look pretty fly in 2022.
Yeah.
Honestly,
It's the Gen Z way.
Gen Z would say that you're slaying.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Who's behind the times now, Blake?
Look, I'm a millennial. Okay, Gen Z's not my style.
Oh, I don't have an age for Jay or their turning time. Ooh.
I just say that who Charles looks 420, then I put right next to it, plays it up. Yes, why not? That's what he looks like.
All right, let's go thrift shopping.
I'm gonna get in my pockets. Got $20 in my pocket.
I'm gonna pop some tags. Got $20 in my pocket.
This is
Yep.
fucking awesome.
I had to go find that picture. That's the one I needed to find in the first place.
Walk in like, what up? I got a big cock.
Smells like piss.
Smells like R. Kelly sheet. Piss. But shit, it was 99 cents.
Anyway,
Oh God, yeah, that's
we're getting off the rails here.
Are we though?
That's what we do when Charles Dia rolls around. Pew. Never mind. Sorry. But I do have a meme.
It's great because like Charles is listening in on this, and so every time you guys say his name, he's like, "Good time on me." And it's like, oh god.
It's not the
Nice.
best, but it does.
Okay, so who's heading out?
Let's go.
What up?
I am. So I think it is Blake, Terry, and Charles.
All right. Jay's out feeding. Sam
Alex
has
is being
secret plans.
curmudgeon-y, and Sam is secretive.
And Alex, what are you doing?
I think Alex wants to try and snoop on Sam.
Okay.
Okay.
So Sam, we know we have a general idea of what's happening with the other three for now. They're off to buy suits. Although I have a strong suspicion Charles is getting dropped off at the subway.
Don't give away my secrets.
So Sam actually is kind of taking a similar route as Jay. She's going to go check in on her fiance. However, it's not very unusual for Sam to disappear for a few days sometimes.
Okay.
And yeah, she really wants to make sure that she's not being followed because she doesn't want anyone, any of them near her fiance.
All right. Well, you can go ahead and make me, I guess, a stealth roll. Since you're trying to be all super stealthy.
Okay. Actually, I have a thing from my Predator style. It is Silence of Death. So basically, I'll still make the stealth roll, but as long as like someone can't see me, they can't hear me. But it doesn't count
That's
for like
awesome.
cameras, microphones.
I do have one quick question.
Yes.
You currently have 4 different disciplines. You should
Can
only
you
have
not?
3. When your character started, you should have had 2 points in one of your disciplines and 1 point in the other.
No. Sam has 1 point in 3.
Really?
And Auspex, Blood Sorcery, and Dominate. And then the 4th one is from the Predator style.
Right.
Yeah, and I chose an obfuscate one.
Because I didn't notice that the first time through with Sam's character sheet. But you're totally right. That is interesting.
4 dots.
No, I mean everybody has 4 dots. It's just everybody else has 2 dots in a single discipline and 1 dot in a second one.
I think it has to do with their clan.
It may have to do with Clan Tremere. Yeah.
Yeah, Clan Tremere, since they can't blood bond with other kindred, so instead they have blood sorcery.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I'll roll a stealth check, see how that does. Just stealth, right? There's nothing like to add to it.
I would say that you're probably. I'd say you're using your wits.
Wits? Okay.
But this isn't really about being like dexterously silent. It's about being intelligent.
It's about yeah.
So I'd even go for either intelligence or wits. So I guess for you, probably intelligence and stealth.
Oh yeah, intelligence. Stealth.
I'm going to set the difficulty at, well, it'll be contested, so it won't matter.
You had 0 successes, so. Stealth.
Okay. Well, let's see how effective Alex is at tracking you.
Would you like me to roll like an investigation intelligence or like a survival intelligence?
Oh.
Maybe.
I don't think survival here. I mean, you're in the city. This is not like tracking someone through the woods.
Okay.
So yeah, I think investigation. Although actually, you're not really investigating. I'd say it's more awareness. It's like you're observing. You're trying to track. and
Okay.
keep someone in sight. So either streetwise or awareness and intelligence.
And that's a 3.
Oh,
Success.
So, yep, you're able to follow Sam. She's clearly trying to be a little more, I guess, sneaky than what she's actually succeeding at.
If I may, like he's making it obvious that he's behind her. Like he's not trying to be sneaky in his presence. He's just like walking down the open street if she's going that direction. Like he's just trying to stay about 100 feet back or so.
Guess I just have to roll to see if I actually notice him
because
because
it'd be
she's
like
so focused on not
because
being
he's so
followed.
far back. It's like, would you even look that far back?
Yeah, I mean, I'll say that since he's really not making any attempt to hide himself, that it's going to be a fairly easy roll. But you are going to take a little bit of a penalty because you're focusing more on trying to be stealthy in general.
Mm-hmm.
So
it would be like, sorry.
Oh, I was going to say, I think your focus is really on you trying to be stealthy. So it's going to be your awareness and your wits.
I have 0 awareness, so we'll see how it goes. Yeah, nope.
Yep, no, you're preoccupied. You're not really seeing it. But you're able to make your way back to your fiance's.
And it's actually an apartment that the two of them share. And when she gets like into the building, since she doesn't have her keys, they have a spare one that's like part of the door frame kind of pulls away, and they kind of just tuck it in there.
All right. So is it like to get into the apartment building or to get into the apartment?
Just into the apartment. No, their apartment building has like no security.
Right. Well, as you hit a button, somebody will buzz you in.
Yeah, basically.
Okay.
Buzz all the buttons, somebody will let you in.
No, I imagine it's one of those really shitty ones where there's a button that you press it and it just kind of shorts out a little bit and it'll let you in. Nobody has to answer.
Yep.
Excellent. So that's you get in, and Alex, you see her go in.
That he's not making any sort of attempt to follow into the building. Just like if he sees this is where she's going in, would just assume this is home. He might wait a few more minutes just in case it was a drop off or something like that. But after that, he would just head back to the Haven.
Okay. Sam, anything you want to do while you're in there?
Yeah, she just wants to, make sure that like fiance's chill, that her fiance is actually in college for interior design, and Sam's like military thing, basically like whatever she got from the military funds that. So just making sure that there's like, everything's fine, that she's fine.
He gonna kill her. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, I mean, everything is fine as far as you can tell. Do you think they're awake?
Probably. So then, before she like actually would unlock the apartment door, she'd use Flush of Life, and that's a browse check, right?
It is.
Oh, got a hunger. Okay.
Well, or you can go ahead and roll one more time and
Oh, that's right.
take the better.
Hey.
Okay, so you can take that hunger back off.
All right, cool.
So you look more or less like yourself.
Yeah.
Yep, and
Like-
you're
Yeah, like herself.
Yep. So in you go.
Yep. And you go, she'll, make her announcement like, darling, I'm home.
Oh, Sam, welcome back. What you been up to?
Oh, it's how it is. I got a lead on something, but it was fruitless, as usual.
Oh, I'm so sorry, honey. I know you're gonna find it sooner or later.
Oh, I know. I'll just have to, I guess, broaden my horizons a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, you know, this place doesn't have quite the history that Baghdad did, but I know you'll find something.
I did, however, pick up another lead that seems much more promising.
Oh, you gonna be back out again soon then?
Oh yes, I'm so sorry.
Well, I mean, I understand. Uh, school's been super busy lately. They've got they got me doing 2 design projects this semester. It's almost too much, but I mean, I've got time for a movie or something if you want.
Oh yes, of course. And if you'd like, you could, show me your projects. I could give a little feedback.
Oh, well, I'm not there yet. I'm not quite
Oh,
there.
not quite.
No, I mean it's still early in the semester, but I have to. Well, I have to develop a design for a high-rise apartment building. They've given us the parameters, and I've got to do all this research about current interior design trends and material cost and all that sort of thing. It's so much work, and then on top of that, I have to do a retrospective project on architectural interior design in office buildings in New Amsterdam in the 70s. I don't understand why they're making us do it, but that's what the professor wants.
Maybe he's more of a fan of that like kind of vintage style.
It's just so drab and repetitive. It's just but anyway, that's a class I don't want to worry about right now. What movie do you want to go see?
Oh, you know what? You go ahead and choose. There aren't any that I'm quite, particularly looking forward to, but I know you love your cinema.
Well, normally I wouldn't go for this, but I hear the new Batman's really good.
Ooh, lovely. You'll have to inform me on the way there. I can't say that I'm very knowledgeable and all of that.
Well, why don't I get my stuff and you want to get dinner?
What time is it?
I'm gonna say it's like 9:30.
Oh no, I actually had dinner with a colleague of mine.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess I'll just get I'll get an extra large popcorn at the movie then. I know how much you love theater popcorn.
Oh, yes. It's my favorite snack. Of course.
All right. And they go about getting their stuff, and you guys head off to the movies.
Also, if you need a name for her name is Elena Jackson.
Elena Jackson.
Elena Jackson.
All right. I just want you to know that right now, I already know what the theme song's going to be.
Is it by chance Miss Jackson?
Hi, Miss Jackson. Ooh, I am for real.
And then Thriller comes on.
Never meant to make your
Make your
daughter cry.
daughter cry.
I apologize a million times.
times.
Oh, Andre 3000, how we love you.
Okay. So, back to the Mustang. So Blake, tell me what you're doing as you drive across town, because you actually have to head through the tunnel over to Burns Head, and then take West 4th Street into downtown.
So before we get to, I will allow the creature into my vehicle. Before we get to the tunnel, I'm going to pull over. And I'm going to say, okay, well, I gave you a ride like I said I would. So this is as we part ways. We're going to be in completely different directions. So.
You know, I can actually cancel my plans. I kind of want to see where this is going.
No, it's quite all right.
No, I canceled my plans. They're done. I want to go where you're going. Unless you can apologize.
What would I apologize for?
Well, I guess I canceled my plans.
Terry's
I'm
gonna lean
sorry,
over and just
but
say,
the mere sight of you brings me physical discomfort.
Okay, do you have to be so blunt about it? You know, maybe I'm looking for maybe I'm looking for an apology there. You know, just apologizing for your fucking bluntness.
That suit really suits you.
Well, I guess my
Charles,
plans are
you
going
happy?
to.
Come on, man.
No, I am not going to leave this car. I'm going to stick with you until she apologizes for what she said.
I'm gonna use persuade on her to tell her to get out of the car.
Oh,
Go for it.
Or him, sorry. I don't know how to do that. You're gonna have to. What do I do?
Okay, so here's what you're going to do. Because you have awe. Well, actually, are you trying to persuade her, or are you trying to tell her to get the fuck out?
I'm going to. I think I'm just gonna intimidate.
Okay, because your intimidation is not great, but your persuasion is pretty good.
Okay, I'll persuade. I'll persuade them. I'll persuade. That's better. I want higher chances here.
All
But
right,
I
so
still look
you
scary
also are
doing
part
it.
of the crew. You don't want to fuck that up.
you're
Can
going.
I also intimidate her?
Well, first, this is a contest now, so
Special
we
rules.
have one of you using awe, and I'm going to say you're manipulating, so it's going to be persuasion and manipulation with an extra, I think, 1 die for awe.
Whatever her presence rating is.
Oh, then extra 2 die. So you're going to roll 8 total dice. So you're going to click persuasion.
And then Charles is a composure plus intelligence.
Okay, and then the second attribute is manipulation,
Correct?
and then 2 extra dice.
Yes.
Yeah, +2 mod.
And difficulty.
This is
Just
going
leave
to be
it.
this is going to be a post. Just leave that one blank.
So it's composure and intelligence?
For you, yeah. Because she's specifically using her awe ability.
Did that do it?
I did not see a roll.
What happened? Okay, let me try again.
Yeah, I'm not. I thought I am.
Okay, so you got 3 successes.
Charles came through. Oh, I don't think you can put your difficulty at 0, Amanda. Just leave it at 2.
Leave it at 2. Oh, okay.
Please, I just want to.
Oh, shit!
Oh my god, Amanda, this is the system for you.
I don't know what this
Okay.
means.
So that means
got
that
a
you
lot.
rolled more successes. So and the bestial failure. Let's see. Now's the time to get into this a little bit.
Oh, talk mechanics to me, Ben.
Let's see. Bestial failure.
What does that mean?
It means you succeed, but like something bad happens.
Yeah, it's similar. Nick, it's similar to Fantasy
Here we go.
Flight System, right? So
Correct.
it's like you have a success, but a bad thing happens with the
it's
success.
like a success
Wait a
and a
second.
complication.
Complication. That's what it is. Yes.
That should not be a bestial failure. There were 5 successes out of 2 needed.
No,
I
no,
don't
no.
know why.
So you have to ignore the bottom rolls because that's the automatic difficulty for the roll, right? That's the DM difficulty, right? So you have to ignore the bottom ones, right?
Because we should just be lining up her successes, right?
The bottom 2, she has currently Blake has 2 hunger. So she substitutes 2 dice into her dice pool for all rolls. The hungrier you are, the more likely you are to have one of these things happen.
So explain to me why this would be a failure.
That I'm not sure why it called that a failure.
Because she crit failed on one of her D10s.
Yeah, a 1 came up. That's why. So a 1 came up on a hunger die.
Okay.
But she also rolled a crit success on the persuasion as well.
No,
right?
she only got 1 10, not 2
Not
10s.
2.
Oh, that's right. You have to. Yeah, gotcha.
Okay, so bestial failure. A failed roll, not enough successes to reach the difficulty, or to beat an opponent's contesting, in which 1 or more of the hunger dice come up as a 1, is a bestial failure. So you had enough successes, but you got a 1 on the hunger die. So...
Do I eat her now?
No. So to me, this is a success. But because you rolled a 1 on the hunger die, it is going to be a little messier. So what it says is basically either the character failed because their beast manifested inopportunely or excessively, or the character's failure angered their beast into manifesting inopportunely or excessively. So this is a good opportunity to bring in your compulsions. A compulsion for a Toreador is, well, your Bane factors into your compulsions, or into your compulsion.
Which is perfect for the situation.
It is. It is totally perfect. So what I'm going to say is that basically for the rest of this scene, and the scene is going to be the rest of the conversation you have both with Charlie and as you're going through the process of purchasing the outfit that you need to go to the club. You're going to have to role play out your obsession. And your obsession is with beauty. Whatever you do from here until you create and I mean the perfect look for Terry.
You know what's helpful? One of Terry's advantages is that he's beautiful.
Oh, perfect. Terry, we
You're
go
gonna really
everywhere
like
with
Terry.
me.
So you have the perfect canvas on which to work this piece of art.
Oh, this is just the perfect situation. I have the peak of beautiful and then society's trash next to each other. It's just
And
Wow.
I can
Okay.
picture this, like where she's like, "I have this beautiful canvas to work on," and then you're ruining it with just your mere presence.
you being here is ruining the artwork that is set in front of me to be able to clothe.
Oh.
You being
Charlie, because
No.
she used her all, because she succeeded in her manipulation role, you agree. Like, you may not be happy about it, but you agree to get out of the car. She's dropping you off near the subway. You can get wherever you need to go. But you're not riding the car anymore.
How to give
God
a
damn
man?
it.
You got to give Rachel a meme channel in your Discord.
I really do. Yeah, Rachel, you're getting your own meme.
Wait, hold on. I'm not
Rachel,
done yet. I'm not done yet.
Rachel, I love you. Oh, that's fucking funny.
But yes, I'm out of the car.
And they're just Rachel's memes is now its own entire channel.
Oh, fuck. Oh, I don't see it. Oh, I don't see it. I don't see it.
It ain't much when it's on
It's in the
Discord.
text channels there, Rachel.
It's just on the left. It's a new text channel. In TBC, the Ben Cave.
Oh, I see it. Eh.
I'm gonna have to
All
go
right.
back and read all these rules because I feel like I'm lost again.
There's so many rules.
I never read
There's
the
a lot of rules.
on the dice. I was just trusting Ben on that one. I was like, I don't know. I'm gonna let him adjudicate.
No, I looked up the awe. That makes sense, and I'm trying to follow the pluses
It's-
and failures.
Where is the explanation of the dice?
Like the contest and such.
Or even just like what these different symbols are. I literally haven't
okay.
read at that part.
So the symbols are easy. The like skull fangs are a 1. The dots are failures.
Which
And the
just
skull-
means it's like if we were rolling d10s, it just means it's a 5 or lower.
Yes.
Correct.
Page 206 has it all.
206. Thank you,
With
Brian.
dice bases.
Yeah, that's using the vampire dice, hunger dice, failure, crit, bestial failure, which is a crit fail, success, and then a success with messy critical.
Oh, okay. So it's only a bestial failure if the test fails.
Right.
So
But the test was a success because they had
enough
more
successes.
wins over the composure dice, right?
Yeah, so in this case, like, we could have done it where Charles rolled. They got 3 successes, so the difficulty for Blake would have been 3.
Right. And then it's just like and then it's just saying she also rolled a bestial failure. So if she had failed, then bestial failure it.
Yeah, I'm guessing it was
always says
autoed.
it if it shows up.
Yeah.
So theoretical next contested roll, would it be better to roll the DC being the composure and intelligence, and then they have to beat a DC of, say, 3 successes? Would that be better to put in that check roll of 3?
I don't think it really matters. I mean, if I can always just say, okay, in a non-contested situation like this, it's just, okay, your difficulty is X. I can give you that number.
Okay.
Yeah. So the bestial failure applies if you failed the test. Okay. That's a little less scary then.
Yeah.
Cool. Let's keep going.
Okay, so Charlie, again, you've been convinced to get out of the car. You don't have to be happy about it, but you do, like, there is something about the presence of Blake that is just telling you, is like, nope, it's time to stop pushing. It's time to get out.
It's my day. God damn it.
And
Okay, so like if I had a compulsion, it would be like to rebel. Okay, I get it.
Yep.
So Nick would be part of Clan Fruha.
yeah, Nick, I'm not gonna lie. When I sent out the sample characters, I was like, I know which one Nick's picking.
Fuck the system. The system stinks.
So we're gonna continue on with Blake and Terry.
Understand a fucking
So
thing of this.
Blake,
Terry's
continue.
gonna like, lean over to Blake as she's like driving after Charles got out, and he's gonna be like, "So you from around here?"
I've been here for too long. Yes. How else do you get to know everyone?
Well, yeah, but are you from here? Are you from the city? Where are you from?
Where am I from, DM?
You can be from wherever you want. I mean,
Where's the classiest place?
if you want to be from the equivalent of Manhattan, then you're from Mirbest.
If you're from this city, but you
Yeah,
could be from somewhere else.
Yeah. This is effectively the alternate universe New York. But London exists, Chicago
You
exists.
could be from
It's
L.A.
still
and you moved east.
No, I've lived here my whole life. This is where I was born, raised,
Then
thrived.
Mirbest, I think, would be the
best is the best.
best is the best.
I grew up with a silver spoon in my mouth, so they say.
Huh. It's not many people that admit that.
Why?
Well, they usually try to be like, I got here based on my merit. But you're just kind of upfront about like, no, given to me. I like it. It's refreshing. Don't get me wrong.
Well,
you're
I mean, I'm not going to
lying.
lie and act like I've been struggling my whole life to get to where I'm at.
No,
Things just come naturally.
I appreciate that. You're okay. So this so you're gonna get me dressed up, and then when we go to this club, is there anyone particular that we're gonna go see, or what's the plan?
Going to go to the club because you wanted to talk to what was the
I want
name?
to get more information about Monica.
Monica. I found a really cool suit. I'm so excited. Yeah, in order to get to Monica, we're gonna have to work our way up there. You don't just get in, especially with your status. Mine, maybe, but you've got to have the right connections.
Hey, I've got connections, just not with these kind of people.
Exactly. You don't have
And
connections.
more in getting baton.
And as you're continuing to drive, into downtown, into the fashion district, like you're starting to get more lost in all the images you're seeing of the suit you're going to put him in, the dress. It's going to be, this is not, you're not just getting him a tuxedo or some BS like that. You've got something amazing in mind.
Well,
And you're starting to like struggle to keep up with the conversation. You're too focused.
I'm very focused, yes. I'm looking through all the images Google can provide.
Hey, that was a red light. Careful!
It doesn't matter. This is more important.
And as you pull up, you see an office building. Like it's one of the high-rise towers in downtown. And on the front of the building, there's, it's like one office place. Nondescript corporate building is corporate. But there's a small sign underneath like the main, building plaque in, a very neat script that just says James, 19th floor.
That's
You
what
go-
we're looking for.
You go walking into the lobby, and it's late. The lobby's still open. You have to go past the main, receptionist area. No one really bothers you, but you're like heading back towards the elevators. And as you get to the elevator, you see that there's a bank of like 5 of them. And the last one has a card reader. And Blake, you pull out a card that again just says James on it. You slide in the card reader, and the 5th elevator opens up. You step inside. Elevator starts to rise. No button pushing required.
Finally. You really have got to figure out what to do with your little haven you've got going on. It really could use some more artwork or something. It's pretty terrible. Being just in this elevator has made me feel monumentally better.
Yeah, I mean, we just moved in there like 2 days ago.
That's really no excuse.
Damn. You're
Doors.
That's mean.
The, what's interesting is as the elevator continues up, like this is like a 50, 60 story building. And you know the sign out front said James 19th floor. But the elevator goes 17, 18, 19, and doesn't stop.
Is this normal? I've been here before.
Oh yeah, this is completely normal.
Okay, I'm just gonna. Okay.
Is this normal? I haven't been here before. Terry's freaking out.
What the fuck?
Deep breaths. You're gonna be just fine.
Why didn't it stop at the 19th floor?
Because there are two James. There's the one that regular people can go to. And then there's James.
There's James Cameron and James Earl Jones.
So the elevator continues up to the 49th floor. And as it opens up, it's almost hard to describe. The elevator doors open. You step out into just this immaculately decorated lobby. You know, it is the latest, most avant-garde art. There are pieces that you're pretty sure you've seen, like, in the newspaper here recently about an exhibit that was coming into downtown. And, you know, it's like Jackson Pollock looks tame in comparison to this stuff. You know, it has some of just like there's the centerpiece is a massive, and I mean massive, like 17-foot tall, 8-foot wide red canvas with a single black square in the center.
Finally, culture.
Yeah, all right.
And there is no receptionist, but there are 2 or 3 very handsome young men running around with customers on the floor. And from seemingly out of nowhere, one walks up. "Ah, Miss Blake, what can we do for you this evening?"
I have a problem that needs solving. And she's just going to usher over to Terry. I have an exquisite canvas, yet it's draped in the worst. Can we fix this?
Our finest is at your disposal. You may choose what you wish.
I was hoping you'd say that. She's just gonna go around and start pulling out pieces, looking at all the things as I'm scrolling through Google, trying to find something that's worthy.
I can't wait to see what you find.
How much is all this going to cost, and who's paying for it?
She's just gonna roll her eyes and not even answer.
Okay.
She's got to have like a 3 or 4 in resources.
Better question is, how much do you want the answer to that question?
I mean, like, I think it's very obvious that Terry doesn't have this kind of money.
No, yes, that is obvious. But how much do you want the answer to the question?
About how much it costs?
About who's paying for it?
Oh, no. He's going to assume when she doesn't answer that she is going to, her obsession is going to pay for this.
Fair enough.
Fair enough.
All this to go into a club? Ooh.
You don't understand. The way he described it, it's like you got to get into this club to get into the better club to get into the exclusive shit.
If you want to meet Monica.
Okay, I found one that I kind of liked a lot, and so we're gonna go with it.
All right, let's see it.
It's
I see.
classy.
I see nothing yet.
It's avant-garde. We'll go with it. It's like a toned down avant-garde. Okay, nothing too crazy.
I love it.
Like it
I
feels
absolutely
scary,
love
though.
it.
All right. But picture Terry Crews in it. Okay, I love it.
Rachel, put Terry's face on it,
He's
please.
gonna have like a cape and everything
But can he billow it on with a bonus
with
action?
bonus action.
No.
Hello.
I love that Rafal has had that cape his entire career. Never ditched the billowing cape. Still worthy of a bonus action.
All right, you have now
Oh,
fulfilled your compulsion.
This is beauty. Do you see? Do you see, James? Do you see?
And the young man who is helping you says, "Yes, Miss Blake, it is exquisite. It is perfect."
I don't know how I've come across such a beautiful canvas.
Terry goes to say I'm a human, but then like stops himself and just like has this like, and then he just has this like, you know, like pensive look on his face. And then he just kind of looks in the mirror.
Now we are ready.
Would you like to send this one to Miss Ryu for appraisal?
I'm sorry, Charles is in the background. What?
The young man who's with you, who answers to James, as all the young men on the floor answer to James, says, "Would you like to send this one to Miss Ryu for appraisal?"
Appraisal. What does that mean?
Do I know what that means? I know.
Basically, it means are you satisfied enough with this one to show them off to the person who's supplying you with all these goods?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure, like, I wasn't selling him for, like, you know, like like if they were gonna steal him from, like, you know, like if
Human trafficking is what you were saying.
situation.
We do need to be worried about these things, so I appreciate you looking out for my safety. But damn,
No.
Terry said he couldn't afford it, so he has to pay for it somehow.
No, as
Putting you on the street.
as a Toreador, as someone who is interested and passionate about beauty, the most prominent figure in your clan is Ryu Fujikage. And Ryu is intimately interested in fashion and is the ultimate proprietor of James. Not that anyone, like, you know that, but most don't.
Okay. And she's just gonna look at James and respond. Is that even a question?
I thought
Really?
not.
I mean, and she's just gonna look at him and like gesture towards him. Do you really have to ask?
If you'll come with me, please.
Let's go.
Sure.
And they take you into the back. And you think you're going, like, to go meet someone. But instead,
fucking runway.
it's not a runway. It's close. If I thought better, I would have put a runway in.
It's a runway.
But
It's a runway.
Instead, it's a very well done photo location. Like, this is, someone who is going to be showing off clothing has set up a spot with a professional photographer, and they spend a good 45 minutes asking you to take on this pose, this pose, turn here, turn there, look this way, and just taking photo after photo after photo. And you can tell that Blake has been through this, I don't know, 24 times.
Terry just goes along with it.
And after about 45 minutes, the photographer comes over and says, "I think we've done it," and shows a series of like 10 or so pictures to Blake. And they have captured what you're looking for. Like they have gotten it.
Pure beauty. Exquisite. This is the one, yes.
Yes, exactly.
And I posted his post in the chat.
Thank you, Miss Blake. It is, as always, a pleasure.
I assure you, the pleasure has
With the
been
cape
all mine.
flowing behind him.
Billowing behind.
Yeah, they capture it just as you're starting to come back down, so the cloak is like starting to inflate just a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit
Yeah,
of Terry Crews, a little bit of Harry Styles. Got it.
Yep, it's perfect.
Yeah,
We're gonna have to do this again.
Terry definitely has fun with it. Like, he's not doing this reluctantly. He starts feeling himself. He's like, doing busting moves and stuff that the photographer's not even asking for. Yes, I can.
DM, if you'll allow me to bestow a gift upon him to use for future use, I'd like to give Terry his own James card to be able to come here and dress as necessary for future endeavors that they might run into.
Oh, shit.
Can't let you do that yet.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, I tried.
Well, it's because we have to see how I do in front of Ryu, right?
Well, yeah, you have to. Your photos are going to be reviewed for the collection, but Blake would know at right now that this particular level of James is restricted to Camarilla members, and you guys are still in your, I guess, probationary period.
Well,
Okay.
this'll definitely give her some cred because I look fucking good.
Yeah, I got some good credit. So I won't bestow that gift upon you, but just know it's in the back of my mind.
I mean,
Oh,
you
you're
just
giving
got
him the clothes.
me these
That's
clothes.
Yeah, but you can only wear the clothes once, okay?
Or else they're worthless, or else this is not as meaningful.
no, Blake. You understand that, like, he doesn't really understand. He's gonna wear this outfit again, and it's gonna disappoint you. But you already know it's gonna disappoint
I'm
you,
aware.
so you're preparing for it. This moment will cease to be, but it won't be perfect anymore. But you wouldn't like shun him for wearing that in like 6 months when you know he's gonna wear it again. If he wears it like a year and a half from now, that's when you'd be like, "What are you still doing wearing that?" Okay.
Okay, this is fine, but he will still be wearing it, and I'll be very disappointed, but at least he looks fabulous for now.
Okay. Now, I feel I need to spread the attention around some. So, and I know we haven't gotten to the club yet, but we'll get there. So, Sam, Charles, Jay, Alex, anybody got anything you want to be doing right now?
Yes, yes, yes.
What you got for us?
Okay. I want to go to Charles's old school that he used to teach at into his old classroom and just break into the school.
Like
Okay.
there's no like no illusions about it. I'm breaking the fuck in.
Yes. Hold on. Let me post this one last meme while I'm at it. This has not been. I just had the idea. There we go. And there we go. Okay. I would like to break into the school. In classroom. Into his old classroom.
Okay, I think I'm gonna need some sort of like I don't know, probably a larceny and intelligence roll.
Yes. Will it help that I know like ways to kind of beat the system?
Yeah, I'll say given what you're trying to or where you're trying to break into, uh, you have inside knowledge of things like the security systems and you know the teachers who don't lock stuff up, the teachers who do. So I'll give you a bonus die, or actually I'll just reduce the difficulty by one.
Okay, so it's a difficulty of 1, so it's larceny and what?
It'll be a difficulty of
Or wait.
2, and larceny and intelligence.
Okay. Submit. Difficulty of 2?
Yes.
Okay. Hey.
Okay. And back to the rulebook. Messy
Oh, no.
criticals.
Does it mean that I fail fabulously?
No, you succeed.
Yeah, you succeed, but like an animal would, not being capable of foresight or self-control. The beast scored the critical, perhaps, not you. So you're able to break in, but like something about the fact that you're hungry, you're exposing yourself to this world that you know you can't have anymore. It starts making you angry. And instead of like going around and finding one of the windows that you know someone would have left open, you check a few windows and you finally just can't. You're just so frustrated you freaking break one of the windows in.
Oh, God damn it.
And it happens to be the window of a teacher that you actually liked. Like it's their
Oh,
homeroom.
God damn it.
So you have left evidence that someone broke in.
Oh, sorry, Miss Johnson.
You know what? That'll be a next project I have. Because I know the PTA is not going to fix this. And I know the PTA is not in this, but in my own head, that's how the PTA works.
Also, since you have a brawl of 4 and a strength of 4, I'm gonna say that like you sort of intended just to break one like pane of the window so you could, kind of reach in and unlock it. But as the beast starts to rise up in you, you smash like 4 of them and actually bend the frame of the window a little bit.
Oh, no.
You don't know your own strength.
I mean, I don't think Charles would have tried to break the window, just kind of opened it up, and that's just.
I agree with you. Charles wouldn't have.
Oh, but the beast would have. Oh.
What did you want to do from there?
Sneak into his room, and in his room, he used to keep some like candy in the shelves, and he used to give like his students little treats. Each of the like candy in the desk with a little note that says "Good job, you're an amazing student. Keep it up, and I'm proud of you," and everything onto those little treats.
Okay.
Because he used to give it out every Friday, and I'm just building this. I like Charles. Fuck.
Dolls.
That's fine that you like him.
Oh, I don't like that. I don't like your tone. Because that means something bad is about to happen.
No, nothing's bad about that happens. At least nothing immediately. I'm just looking out into the future and
Yeah.
knowing that this is a vampire game.
No, no. No.
And I promise you, we're not going to end up playing a cutesy, fun vampire game.
No, of course not. No, I just want to keep it as cute as possible.
All right, so you've now restocked the shelves with more candy.
Yes.
Ooh,
And I
piece of candy.
put the little I put the little treats inside of each of their desks.
Okay.
With a little note. Yes. A little handwritten note.
Like
Alrighty.
Santa Claus came.
Yes.
So let's see.
Because he feels really bad.
I don't think at this point. Yeah, so far you've only got the one conviction about never expose children to violence.
Yes.
You also don't have your ambition or desires set yet.
No, I have not.
So, need to work on those. And it's a good thing that tonight was not a night where they were doing any of the like preparations for the school play or anything like that.
Yeah, I mean he knows the schedule.
Yep. You're still recent enough that you remember all those sorts of things.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else you want to do at the school?
I don't want to check how the substitute is doing, so I'm going to look at their lesson plans, see what they're working on.
As you go to look for lesson plans, all you see is like 3 VHS tapes of movies that are vaguely applicable to what the kids were studying. Like, what was it Charlie taught? Excuse me,
He
Charles.
is, I don't know, a 4th grade teacher.
Doesn't matter. It's planet
so-
Earth.
Teaches everything. So yeah, there's a VHS of like 3 episodes of Planet Earth. There's one of like old Mr. Wizard episodes.
Bill Nye the Science Guy.
Bill Nye the fucking science guy, absolutely.
No, the substitute's clearly older than that, so he has Mr. Wizard instead of Bill Nye.
Oh man, and what Mythbusters?
Yeah, and Mythbusters. So you're fairly confident this teacher is not actually teaching anything at this point.
That's bullshit. Okay. Time is it?
Son of a bitch.
Okay.
No, wait,
Alex.
what time is it? No, wait. Oh, god damn it.
What?
No, what time is it?
I'm gonna say it's roughly the same time as it was at the shop, so I'd say it's getting around to be about 10:30.
Can Charlie just quickly write on the board just some basic stuff like, hey, this is what happened during the revolution. This is what A plus B equals, and just little notes that'll help them throughout the day so that way they're not just learning on VHS tapes. He's really dedicated to this job. He wants to be a good person.
Sure. You can do that.
Yes.
All right. So as you're putting small bits and pieces of a lesson up on the chalkboard, Alex, what are you doing?
So I'd imagine
stalker.
as he's walking back to around the haven, he just starts walking like a wide berth around the place, like walking the whole perimeter. And with the bloodhound advantage, he's got a particularly keen sense of smell. So I'd imagine he's just kind of getting a smell for some of the nearby scents about this place so that he'll be better familiarized in case something smells off or out of place that's not about these surroundings.
Okay.
And also just kind of giving it a once over in case there's any unmarked white vans parked anywhere.
Yeah. So I need you to make me an awareness and wits roll.
Sure thing. Awareness wits? 1 success.
Okay. 1 success is enough. with your higher, more attuned nose, you pick up the scent of, like, it's hard to place it exactly because you're not that close to the river, but what you're smelling smells a lot like that sort of dead fish, industrial waste sort of odor that you think you definitely associate it much more with kind of the dirtier dock areas of Genbatten than you do with Ridgemont.
All the fish markets and processing plants.
Yeah, and it's like it's not right outside your haven, but it's like a block or two over. As you've been kind of just familiarizing yourself with the neighborhood, and as you start to follow it a little, you're not truly bloodhounding this. It's not like you're tracking it specifically, but it gets stronger as you head down towards what looks like a pretty run down, like it should be like a duplex, but you're pretty sure there's like 4 apartments have been carved out of what really should be like a 2-bedroom home. And that seems to be where the smell is most concentrated.
All right. Does it look like anybody's there at the moment? Like any lights on in the middle of the night?
No, it looks pretty damn run down.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'll just kind of keep circling around looking for anything out of place, but kind of just getting a feel for the neighborhood, really. Since Jay said he's got the security cams that he's got going around the haven.
Okay. So that's really the only sort of odd thing that you picked up in your wanderings. Like the neighborhood that you're in is, I mean, it's uh, decent enough. There's some bad spots. That one place is definitely more on the bad spot end of the scale compared to what you are generally seeing. A lot of this is a fairly, reasonable place to try to raise a family. And you do notice as you're kind of wandering the streets a little bit, a little ways after dark, you get the distinct impression that there are a couple of blocks, not right up against where your haven is, but in the fairly near vicinity, where there's more watchful activity than you're used to. That's about it.
Like more of a night scene happening, like bars on the
No,
strip
I,
kind of. Okay.
where you're the area you're in is not doesn't have much of a club or bar scene. I mean, there's a couple of bars, but they're not like popular. They're just kind of local bars. Uh, but the 2 blocks you took particular notice of, uh, you see like people who seem to be actively aware. Most people are just kind of moving, getting to where they're going, hanging out with friends, whatever. But these 2 blocks had a fairly strong presence of people actually watching.
Do they look to be in any sort of like uniformed or clothed attire, like any sort of showing colors?
No consistent uniform, no like no
Identifiers.
gang color kind of thing.
Okay. So I'll just make a mental note about that.
Okay. Jay, what are you doing? You've fed. I think he's BRB, isn't he? And Sam's at the movie. So I guess it's back to Terry and Blake.
Yay!
You guys have just pulled up at the club at the Black Cat.
I'm gonna give my keys to the. I assume there's a valet because it's a classy.
Yeah, definitely a valet.
And I'll walk in proudly with Terry on my arm.
And the bouncer sees you, gives you a very strong up and down look, gives Terry a look, pulls the rope back, doesn't even say anything.
I don't say anything either. I just walk in because I'm privileged.
And there's at least a couple of women out front who have clearly put the time and effort in to look their best and are giving you just the daggers of death look that they've been waiting out there.
I'm pretty much in just like a black tight suit. I have like a long turtleneck on and just like black leggings and then heels, but I'm classy as fuck still.
Well, they should have looked as good as I do.
Yeah, no, I got Terry. I'm fucking set. I'm not worried. Usually I would dress up more, but you're the prize today.
Oh, thank you.
So when we go into the club, I'm just gonna automatically walk to the VIP area. I'm not even gonna like make eye contact with literally anyone else. I'm just gonna walk through the place like I own it. I just go straight to that. You know, there's always that one section of the club for the, you know.
Oh yeah, no, I know exactly what you're talking about. Because me and clubbing, that's all I do.
In the club.
You know, we've seen movies, guys. Okay.
Okay.
I mean,
So-
I've been to a gay bar. It was pretty cool. I went clubbing once.
I haven't.
It was okay.
I have.
Terry knows. I've just seen a lot of movies, guys. There's always a section for the
Dock section.
yeah. Or like even like a back room, you know, like there's the club, but then like you walk into like the doors and then like down a little hallway and there's just like a whole other second party happening.
Overlooking the dance floor.
Yeah.
Called the VIP lounge.
The VIP lounge. And I bring Terry there.
The club within the club.
The club's club. It's like James.
Like club.
I found it.
Yeah, that's what I'm wearing. Exactly. Perfect.
Yeah, it's like I haven't even tried, but you're pulling it off. It's stunning.
Just naturally.
All right, so the dance music is blaring, it's just going loud. And the one thing that both of you notice when you get in there is just as much as the music is going, and you've both been to clubs, you're both used to feeling like the bass beat, that just kick that's driving the party. And, of course, this club has a live DJ. So, they're up there on like the side stage with the lights and everything's, focused on the music that they're spinning and putting out there. But this is the first time for Terry that you've been in a place like this. And what you're feeling is not the beat of the music. What you're feeling is the beat of the pumping blood. All these people, all that passion and energy that's just driving and driving. And Terry, it's almost overwhelming.
Would using the brush of life like help with that feeling.
Oh, I'm assuming you did that to walk in here.
Got it. Then Terry's good. Like, I don't know.
Mechanically, there's
Follow Blake's lead and kind of lean into it.
yeah, mechanically there's nothing that's like happening to you.
No, he's just getting. It's exciting.
Yeah, and it reminds you that you're always hungry.
I do still have that 1 point of hunger. It's true.
And for Blake, as Blake walks in, as you start moving through the crowd, not only does she seem perfectly at home, like her natural inclinations, her natural charisma is kicking in, and people like fully engaged, dancing, working with the person they're with, trying to put the moves on, whatever. Like everyone, male, female, doesn't matter. They're turning their head as she walks by. I mean, she just leaves like a wake through the dance floor as she makes her way over to the VIP area. And as soon as you get over there, there's about 4 guys who look up and take one look at you, and they all kind of like glance at each other. And it's almost a race to see who the first one to get up is going to be. And this young guy, probably in his, mid 30s, but very fit, has the look and I guess charisma of like an athlete. Gets up and comes over to you. It's like, "Can I get you a drink?"
Yeah. I will have a Cabernet. That's a red wine. I had to think about a red wine for a second.
All right, man. Awesome. Come on over. And
Like, out of character question, can we drink in here without getting sick? Like, is that a...
If you use the blush of life, because I have a humanity of 8, I can drink wine and even enjoy it.
And Blake, you've perfected the art of looking like you're drinking without
Just
actually
holding my
drinking.
cups. Okay, yeah. So I'm just gonna say the usual, and they'll know. Amanda doesn't know what that would be, but they know.
Terry still retains a bit of his humanity.
And the guy who's gotten Terry aside, it's like, "So, you with her?"
Yeah. That you saw me walk in with her, right?
"Oh, sure, yeah, I saw you walk in with her, but I mean, are you with her?"
Is anyone ever really with Blake? She belongs to the city.
Ooh, that's a good answer.
I like that answer. That's good, man. That's good. So what are you doing later tonight?
After this, the Bruja in me is feeling a little rebellion, so I don't know. I might go practice my artistic side and go tagging. Do a little graffiti.
Graffiti, man. That's wild, man. No, I mean, like, I don't know. I like your look, man. That's one hell of an outfit. And
Oh, you
man, do
think?
you wear it well?
He's gonna like, like show it off, like spin around, like stuff like that.
Like, I can't say I've ever been tagging before, but I'd be happy to give you a ride somewhere if you want to go.
You looking at my ride, and he's gonna point over at Blake. and say, besides, I've already got the hottest date of the night. And then he's going to walk away with his drink back over to Blake.
We have like better hearing, right? I heard that whole conversation.
I don't know. Do you have heightened senses?
I don't know.
Does your character sheet say you have heightened senses?
Where does it say that?
You do, in fact, have heightened senses.
Where would you see that?
It's under aspects.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Oh, it's one of her disciplines.
Perfect.
Yes.
Got it. That's
And then
I had access to that, but didn't choose it.
So I will say heightened senses means that like your hearing is more in tune, your sight, your smell, all that kind of stuff. So I'll say that sort of activating it at will, which is something you can totally do. The extra acuity also picks up a lot of the other noise, but you are able to kind of filter through it, and you more or less made out that conversation.
so when he walks back over, she'll like gently like tap him on the shoulder, like the on his back or something, to just and then like kind of look over at the other guy and wink.
And the guy he gives you a smile. He looks a little crestfallen, but he's taking it in stride. It's not the first time he's gotten turned down.
So our goal here is to get into like the next hottest club, right? We just have to boost our social status.
No, your goal here
is to get information about Monica.
Yeah, you're here, like, that this was a place that she frequented, which is why you brought Terry here.
All right. So who are we looking to talk to?
Yeah, do I because I'm familiar with Monica, would I see people that she hangs around here?
You are familiar with her. You never spent much time with her. You don't really know who, like, if she had. She's a vampire, so you don't know if she's got like regulars that she fed from here. You don't know, like, you just know she spent time here. So you're kind of information hunting as much as Terry is.
So, like, since she comes here all the time, would she know who's like the social butterfly that would have
Like,
the answer?
The gossip of them all.
Yeah, like who would tell us?
Who just needs a drink and then they'll spill all their guts just because they like the thrill of spreading information.
Or other things.
Or other things.
I'm gonna say that again, the Black Cat is a trendy club, but Blake, I mean, unless you tell me differently, you're more of a Mirabest girl. So getting over to the clubs in Ridgemont is not normally your thing. So you guys can use some of your abilities to track that information down while you're here, but you don't just know, like, oh, that's the person.
Okay.
We gotta be gossip girls.
Then let's be gossip girls. Let's go dance.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I said, then let's be gossip girls. I don't know. Do we go dance? What do we do? How do you gossip? Let's go drink and be merry.
A quick question. What is the name of this club again?
The Black Cat.
Thank you.
So Blake has awe.
I also have awe.
Yeah. So basically, you two are like walking.
We need perfect people to own this club right now.
Yeah, like
Terry knows
wherever you feel like going in this club, you're going to draw attention, and chances are, with just a little bit of application, you could get all kinds of information. And basically, instead of role playing every part of this, we'll just say
we can make a roll of some kind.
Yeah. I think you're going to make probably either a charisma or manipulation roll, along with
persuasion, right?
Yeah, persuasion. I think is probably the best one.
Cool. and then I'm gonna assume that my beautiful advantage kicks in, and I get an extra die in this social
Oh,
situation.
absolutely. You've got men and women more than happy to, tell you what they think you want to hear, to just spend more time with you or get more of your time elsewhere.
Okay, so then I think that's right.
So just one of us roll. Oh damn!
Sheesh.
Look at you go!
And Rachel, that was perfect. That is the perfect meme for this. So I need you to do that in Stefan's voice.
Ridgemont's hottest club is the Black Cat. Fanny Oakley has gone all out. It has everything. Lights, psychos, Furbies, screaming babies in Mozart wigs, sunburnt drifters with soap-sud beards. It's got everything.
Don't forget the vampires.
Okay. So yeah,
That
Terry,
was good. 10 out of 10, by the way. 10 out of 10.
you just saunter out on the dance floor, and
Because, like, Terry is also streetwise. So, like, he knows how to, like, get information from a stranger without, like, being obvious.
absolutely. And you just sort of hint around that you heard that like Monica was the person to see here, and some people are like, "Oh, sorry, I don't know Monica," and then you finally hit on one of them. It was like, "Oh yeah, no, like, yeah, she used to come in here all the time, like practically own the place, but now, like, I swear, I don't think I've seen her in like 2 or 3 months."
Do you know anyone that would know where she is? Like, anyone that she's friends with?
I mean, she had like the corner table every time she was here, and I mean, she always had another guy. It's just that's so Monica. And
To
like,
get, like, the corner table, would you have to, like, know the owner? Is that, like, the type of thing?
oh yeah, it's like, I hear that like, they never like the owner was like so into her, and like she always just toyed with him. Poor Jamie. I mean, just he's such a sweet guy, and that's such a nice place.
Is Jamie here tonight?
Oh, Jamie's always here. Like, I mean, he was, yeah, like, so they got the sub DJ in. Jamie's usually the one who spins. Like, it's his place and he spins. How awesome is that? How amazing is Jamie?
So
But,
talented. Can you point him out to me? Is he
oh,
up there right now? Is that him?
no, that's his backup. Like, he did the set earlier and he'll be back for the midnight set. He always does the midnight set.
Oh,
He's probably in
cool.
the back.
Awesome. I gotta go.
Oh, you sure? It's like, you're such a good dancer.
I'll be back. Don't worry. You keep going. You keep it warm for me. Keep the dance floor warm. I'll be back. I gotta hit the old bathroom.
All right, I'll be here.
Terry's gonna go find Blake, and he's going to say name the owner of the club's name is Jamie, and apparently he is friends with Monica, so that's who we need to gain an audience with.
Jamie, huh? I know him.
Apparently he's
At
going
least I've
to
seen him.
DJ the midnight set.
Yeah, that's why he's so familiar.
How much time do we have till midnight?
It's at least 45 minutes. It's like 11:15 now. So you definitely have time if you want to try to work your way into the back.
Yeah,
That's exactly
definitely.
what I'm thinking.
Definitely.
Yeah, like there's nothing stopping us from walking back there.
We own this place.
Yeah, like no one is really going to give you any issues.
Let's go find Jamie.
Let's do it.
All right, so you guys head into the back of the club, and basically, like there's the hallway that has the bathrooms. There's the kitchen, which isn't really a kitchen anymore. It's like that's where they keep all the extra alcohol, and it's got a cooler and that kind of stuff. And you walk through the kitchen to another hallway that is much more like back office. And it's still got like club posters, and it actually has like sort of 1990s, early 2000s like concert posters kind of lining the walls. And it's got like album art
Harry
from
like points at one of the posters, and he's like, "I was at that show."
and you see album art for some like really early albums, like almost the local release pre-label albums for things like the Chemical Brothers. And there's one like a signed poster of Avicii. And you just it's a someone who really appreciates music. And you walk back there, and there's like the door to the main office is like cracked open, and it says the name is Diamond Jamie.
Sorry,
Then I'll open the door.
I just thought the CEO of Chase Bank, so it just made me laugh.
And I will be right back.
Because his name is Jamie Dimon, and he's a piece of
That's
shit.
Totally different. This is Diamond Jamie.
Right?
Clearly different. Clearly.
Clearly.
Hi, everybody.
Hey, how's it going?
She's pretty tired.
Sorry to kill your buzz, Rachel.
Oh
But-
no, I'm fine. No, you're good.
I definitely wanted to make sure that I passed on that Allie loves everyone, but Amanda's still her favorite,
Always.
Makes sense.
and that I don't think Allie knew that there was a Black Cat Club in Ridgemont,
I did
There
not.
is, there is now,
but there is now,
and I
Okay.
look
And it has
fantastic.
everything.
and it has everything.
It's always been there.
Okay, I will be right back, guys.
Okay. We will stand out in this hallway.
We've got this.
Not awkward at all.
I'm gonna pour some of my drink into your cup because clearly you could drink it and I haven't been drinking it, and you
Weird
seem
thing
to enjoy
is,
this.
I don't feel buzzed.
She's gonna laugh because she thinks you're joking, but you're actually serious about it.
Yeah, he's like, I've had like 5 glasses of wine and I don't feel anything.
Yeah, this stuff just doesn't hit the same way, does it?
Tastes okay though.
Hmm.
What?
So are you from around here then?
Me? Yeah. I grew up in Genbeton.
Oh, that explains a lot.
Probably. Had a bit of a rough upbringing, you could say.
I didn't think people like you made it out of places like that.
They don't usually. Usually they end up like Rain. You'll meet him later.
Oh.
No, I did my time, and when I got out, I decided I was gonna leave that life behind me, and I did.
This life suits you much better.
Well,
If you could call it living.
current circumstances seem to be pulling me back, but it feels different this time. So, how long have you been a vampire?
Um, it's been a while. I'm kind of lose track of time, you know. Just part of who I am. I'm not newbies like everyone else here. I've decided I've been doing it for a while.
No, I noticed.
That's why they
Any,
sent me in when I heard about you guys. So I guess they needed someone who's actually handled it.
yeah, like any advice when you're not around?
Don't ever take Charlie here.
Why?
It's disheartening that I have to explain that.
I just want to know sometimes you want to know the explicit rules.
There's a level of society that he will never be able to reach. Just from his looks alone. You've been graced. You've God body. You're the epitome of a human figure. That's looked upon differently around here. When you look like Charlie, it's not gonna go so well. If you need answers and you need information, you need to make sure you hold yourself to a higher regard. I'm
Barry's
sure
gonna
he's
make sure
useful in
he
other aspects.
stands up a little straighter, make sure his posture is nice and good.
Now you get it. Now you get it.
uh, so
So
what what do you do like with your time at like you know what do you spend your time doing?
it's not easy being on top of the social ladder, you know that. I have to constantly be keeping up with everything around me. And as soon as something changes, I need to be the first to know. There's a lot of politics behind it all. People are always trying to trip you up and make sure you fall, but you always have to keep your.
But what's your like goal? Like what's your end game? What's at the top of the ladder?
If there's a name of a fashion industry here that's like top notch, that will be her end game. I'm going to own that place one day.
I mean, I'm sure Ben would have you invented anyways. Lay down.
I have to think of a cool name like
Lay down.
Gucci.
Dolce. Gabbana.
Exactly, that one, yeah.
Mm.
It's what you're wearing right now.
Uh-huh.
James.
You wouldn't your dream isn't to start your own line?
No, that sounds terrible. Then you have to start from the bottom and you have to prove your worth. It's easier to just buy it. As I've told you, everything's handed to me. I don't have to earn things, so it's much easier to pay for other people to do it. And then I can take care of it for them because they're incompetent, other than their artwork.
Your dreams really are smaller when everything's given to you.
I feel like I missed something.
We were just talking in the hallway.
But I know all the things, Ben.
Allie!
If I could convince Allie to like log in and play, she could play a lot of these characters you guys haven't met yet.
Allie!
co-DM situation?
Well, I would log in and play, but I have a thing called a mother, and it's a system. And why are you handing me?
You'll know why.
Talk,
I can hear
Amanda.
Allie, I miss you. Hi.
Hi. I missed you.
You're my favorite.
You're my favorite. Above all else.
That means everything to me. It's so good to hear from you again. It's been so long.
I know. I am exhausted tonight, but yes. And I was just talking to Ben, and we were comparing all the notes about the things that you don't know about the city. It was fun.
Oh, is there a name of a top
This is where
fashion
you remind them.
brand
Wait.
in the city?
Wait a minute. Sorry, what now?
Is there a name of a top fashion brand in the city?
Yes, it's called James.
So it is James. I'm gonna
It's
own James.
James. Okay, there you go. There's your goal.
It is James. Okay, cool.
Yeah, everybody wants to be in James.
Ooh.
Is the
I mean,
part of it?
Yes, that is also a trademark of the tagline. It's literally everyone wants to be in James. TM. They didn't believe you about the fashion line.
Well, no, we just didn't realize that was the top one.
No, that's just what we were talking about. It happened to be the topic of conversation in this hallway currently.
Oh, you're in a hallway. Excellent.
Yes, in a club called the Black Cat.
Oh yes, I know. I heard it just opened in Ridgemont.
It did.
It has
Yes.
everything.
It's very
Everything,
popular.
huh? Everything. I bet another
Yeah.
place or two has more things.
Maybe, but did you know that there is a PTA group called the Death Baton in Richmond?
I am
No,
learning all sorts of things.
The PTA group is separate from the Death Baton. The PTA group is, most of its members are a part of Death Baton, being headed by Gracie Lou Freebush, but she is the vice president of the PTA. The president of the BTA is Annie Elizabeth. President of the PTA, wine enthusiast, burger aficionado.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not something I'd considered a parent-teacher association of any sort in New Amsterdam, but I would assume they do exist.
Yes.
Not really running those circles very often. You can't see Lucian at PTA. Yeah.
They don't actually know who that is.
Oh, they don't?
No.
Okay. They don't know that?
Not yet.
Okay. My bad. They don't even know the name? Man, you're taking this slow. All right, you guys enjoy. Have fun. Be careful of all the dark alleys. Nobody's nice in the city, and there's something in the water. Enjoy.
Oh.
He does keep warning us about that.
He does keep warning us about that.
Yeah.
Ben's been warning us about that for like 5 years.
I love you, Amanda.
I love you, Allie.
I love you too, dear.
About this Jamie.
Yes, your second seat too, Amanda.
Okay, so Diamond Jamie. You push the door open, and you see a very haggard-looking man sitting behind the desk. He just looks up at you and is just kind of, I don't know, morose almost. Who are you?
Damn, Jamie, you good?
Just what do you want?
Sorry. What was that?
He asks, what do you want?
Just to talk, obviously.
Talk, huh? What is there to talk about?
You seem a little bit down today, don't you?
Yeah, there's something on your mind, man?
You wouldn't understand. You
Trying
have
to.
no idea.
Terry's gonna have like a very serious look on his face, and his like octave is gonna drop like 3 octaves, and he's gonna be like, "Try me."
You no, you just don't. You can't. No, you don't understand. You don't know what it's like. What I had and what I don't have anymore.
Can I persuade him to tell us? I'll be very, very nice and sweet to him.
Sure.
Is there assisting somebody in this system?
You know what? If there's not, there is now.
How do I assist?
If you make a successful check, I'll give her an extra die.
Cool. What check do I make?
Actually, do a since this is you're persuading him, so do like a charisma persuade, and if you get at least 2 successes, I'll give her 1 extra success.
Okay, and then I get my awe dice, and right?
Yep.
And do I get my beautiful dice?
Sure.
Okay. I got 2 successes.
All right.
Ooh, bestial failure. Ooh.
It was very close to a
That
failure.
was a lot of failures. Damn, I rolled fucking 6 failures. Jeez.
All right. Blake gets to make her roll with an extra success.
Let's go.
Okay, so I do persuasion, charisma.
Plus
how many dice?
3 dice.
3 dice?
Plus 3. 2 for your awe, and then 1 from me.
No, she just gets a blank, a static success, not an extra die from you.
Oh, dope. Then just plus 2. That's even better. Oh, shit. Let's go.
All right, what do you say to this guy?
If you're talking.
Yeah, man, if you're talking, your push to talk isn't working.
Sorry, Charles came in to show me a hat he was wearing.
That's no
Was it
problem.
a good one?
Was it a cute hat?
It was, you know what? He made it look cute.
Aw.
That's
He's
all that
supposed to
matters.
go to bed all by himself, and so he's finding distractions. I'm like, dude, get up. Anyways, I passed. What do I do now? I'm sorry.
Just tell me what you said to him.
Okay, he looks like like his demeanor. He just looks like really upset and sad, right? Like depressed almost, or like
Yeah.
just traumatized, like he's seen some shit.
Like he got broken up with.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Okay.
Yeah, that's basically what the vibe you're getting is like he got broken up with.
Okay, so I'm gonna go over there, and I'm gonna like put my drink down on a coaster on his desk, and then I'm gonna like just kind of walk over, like caress his face, like it's okay, sweetie. We can understand. We're here for you now. You don't have to be alone.
As you do this, and like the moment you touch his face, he kind of shudders a little bit, and he goes, "Oh, you're so like her. So like her." And you get the intense suspicion that this is someone who has had a taste of vampire blood, but not in a while.
Is that a thing in this world? Like,
Werewolf.
Yeah. I just read about it. It's called blood bonding, and basically it means that Monica was making this guy her like thrall. Her little bitch boy.
It's like a reverse vampirism thing. It's like a human that
It's a way to
drinks vampire
control.
blood.
It controls him.
And not only does it control him, for many who consume it, it's like all the good drugs rolled up into one.
Oh, so it's addictive as fuck.
it's very addictive. Okay. Oh, you poor thing. What has she done to you?
Damn, man.
And he just, like, he's almost lost the power of speech. He's just staring at you, like lost in your beauty, in the way you look, that sense of presence you have. And you know that if you wanted to, you could probably feed him right now, just a little bit. And
Spill all of his secrets.
And yeah, he'd tell you anything you wanted to know.
Oh, baby.
Not to mention, you would start to develop a hold on him.
Yeah, I'll do it.
That sounds good for Blake.
Let's do it. So she's gonna, she has like a really thick, like, cuff bracelet, and she's gonna, like, kind of scoot that up her arm a little bit and, you know, prick her arm a little bit, and then just kind of, like, hold it up to him. He knows the drill. Just give him a little bitty, you know, small smidgen of it.
Yeah, as you do that, as you start to take this cuff off, and the way I envision this is you actually lift your wrist up to your mouth and you extend your fangs just enough to bite in.
Yeah.
And he's like, the look of just raw desire on his face is almost discomforting. But he waits, and as you put your wrist down to him, he almost hungrily grabs your arm and starts to try to suck the blood into his mouth.
And she'll let him get, like, a little taste of it, and I assume he has hair on his head, so she's gonna, like, grab his head and, like, hold it back away from her arm, like, forcing him to stop.
Yep.
Doesn't that feel better now?
More. Please, more.
How about you tell me what happened?
What do you want to know?
Just start from the beginning.
And he does. And that's where we'll leave it.
Damn it. That's fair,
Damn
but damn it.
Spill it.
I got you guys some information, hopefully.
No, that's gonna be good.
Great
That's a lead.
session, yeah.
You got them a very good end to at least information on Monica.
And Terry got a big introduction into being a vampire. So, like, Terry got to meet some interesting people.
Not gonna lie, I need a whole write-up of what happened because I missed all of that.
Oh, no.
You know what? So did your character, so it's okay.
Yeah, I was dealing with some personal issues, so.
If you need to go, man, you can go.
No, it's across the country, and I can't do anything about it right now.
Oh,
so.
I'm sorry, man.
Yeah,
We're here for you always.
my second mother's father just died. So,
Oh man.
yep. Yeah, so my mom's best friend, who I grew up with, her dad just died. So, dealing with that right now.
I hate to hear that, man.
It is what it is. I wasn't that close to him, but it's kind of family.
Yeah, no, I understand.
We love you, dude.
So, I want a good write-up so that way I know what the hell happened in this damn fashion club.
We're gonna
thing.
have to start an actual chronicle of like what happens.
Terry and Blake were sexy as fuck. That's what happened.
Oh, I got that. I got all of that.
I mean,
So-
hold on. Let's see if we can piece together through. Okay, I think I know what happened.
I got a
And Charlie was
Pikachu.
not
I got a
invited?
Padme.
Charlie was kicked out. Charlie is not allowed in my society.
I feel like the Terry Crews wearing the outfit tells you everything you need to know.
I think the Alex and Sam one also is pretty indicative of what's going on. I do like that John Fetterman has joined the campaign.
Well, that's what Charles Steele looked like.
And now his face is sloughing off.
Okay, so here's what I would like to ask some of you to do. I think,
Oh, no.
Sam, I would very much be interested in, you telling us a little more next time about this movie-going experience that you had with your fiance. And
Yup.
Yeah, and the whole, like, what are you gonna do about going to sleep?
I mean, Sam will just go back to the Haven before, sun up.
It's gonna slip out.
Yeah, she does it all the time.
I'll be right back. Hold on.
Alex, I'd love to find out more about, anything that you have, discovered, any areas of the neighborhood that you found interesting. Feel free to write up whatever is of interest to you, and I'll weave it in.
Right on.
And Jay, again, would like to find out more about what you did this evening. Other than, going back to feed on your girlfriend.
Yeah, did some feeding. I got to figure out what the rules are for being awake during daylight hours, but yeah.
You aren't, period.
So when daylight happens, it's like a forced sleep.
Like you better
lethargy.
be fucking underground or safe somewhere when that fucking sunlight comes up.
Well, I'm in a streamer house with no visible light because it's all artificial. Like,
Well, here's what I'm gonna say though. Like, you're not just asleep. You basically become dead.
That works.
Anyone who went to check on you, you would look dead. No pulse, no nothing.
Gotcha.
Like, you need to be in your haven or a safe place.
And then if they take you outside to say, like, take you to the hospital,
you will die. You will see the sunlight and you will burn up.
Gotcha. Got it.
Why staying with mortals is a gamble. At best.
Unless they're under your control. But yes.
Yes, but there's a difference between, like, they think that they know you and are dating you and being under your control.
Yep, 100%. Not at thrall status yet.
Correct. And for our lovely Blake, who I am so happy joined us, one of the very first things that I get to do is give her at least one stain on her humanity.
Yay! I'm less human now, but I have a sheeple.
Why can I not put a dot in there?
You're not allowed to stain my humanity.
You might have to unlock the dots.
Oh, I did lock them, yeah, because I didn't want to.
No, I tried unlocking them, but when I clicked on it, it filled in more of them.
Yeah.
Okay. So apparently you just have to hit the little gear thing and then type in a number.
I mean, I'll never be able to, what does that mean?
It means that you have to make a humanity test, but we'll deal with that another time.
One day. Okay, interesting.
But basically, starting or blood bonding a human is worth one stain.
Was he at least cute?
Oh yeah, no, he was.
Okay, good.
There's a
These
reason
things
that
matter.
this other.
You need to be beautiful.
But I don't think anyone else picked up any stains tonight.
Good job, guys. Good
You know,
job.
you're still doing your best to try to be good people. Eventually, I'll get you over that, but it's cute for now.
I mean, having humanity has a lot of advantages.
It does.
taste the wine.
Yeah.
We'll see next session because I'm feeling a little less humanity right now.
Come join the sane side. It's fun.
Yeah.
Everyone, once again, I had a lot of fun.
A lot of fun,
And
Ben.
I had so much fun. Thank you guys for letting me crash
It
a
was very much
session.
fun.
A lot of
I love
fun.
this universe.
and it also sounded like we may be doing this again next week.
We are?
Or a
Question
Jeremy
mark?
one
But
shot. I don't know what's going on.
Well, Ryan said he couldn't do.
Yeah, I won't be able to make it next Sunday. We're doing a family Thanksgiving.
I mean, I'm down for more vampire.
Me too.
I'll try to be more sober for next vampire.
Alex
fine.
will just stalk everyone from a distance.
I mean, next time we'll have a lot more information to go off of. I mean, like
You
this
will.
was like a world building session. It was fun.
It was a shopping episode.
And again, like I said, we have the bones of a city, and a lot of the major players are filled in. Like they exist, they have personalities, but a lot of the lower level people, we're gonna have to make up as we go. Which is why I like okay, you tell me what's the name of the councilman that you're talking to.
You put chaos into Rachel's hands. This world's about to get a little bit more interesting.
Yes.
Yes, but just remember, you're turning that idea over to me.
Oh god.
And to Allie.
It's just not good. It's just not
Allie's
good.
gonna twist that shit like
They're,
crazy.
they're gonna be just sitting there at breakfast talking about this shit.
Yes.
How can we fuck them over? Even more.
Yes, I understand. Going to turn the PTA board, or at least most of the PTA board, into bloodthirsty monsters. But yet again, I just think the entire idea of drug dealing members on a PTA board is hilarious, and won't be funny, and it will never not stop.
You really need to watch Weeds.
Seriously.
I do, yes. I need to watch a lot of things. I just don't have time anymore.
I totally understand that.
And Nick,
Just
you need
make
to
more
watch Devil Wears Prada.
I need to watch Devil Wears Prada.
If you're gonna be beautiful,
Good
you
Terry.
have to
It's a
wear,
good show.
or you have to watch Devil Wears Prada.
All right, guys. Well,
Night,
it's been a
Ben.
blast, but I got to call it night.
Have a good,
Good
night,
night,
all.
everybody.
I love you all.
Everybody.
Everyone.